This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. Suddenly I heard a loud pop and felt my car start to veer to the right. "Shit," I muttered, realizing I must have blown a tire. I carefully pulled over to the shoulder and got out to assess the damage. Sure enough, my front right tire was completely flat. Grumbling to myself, I popped the trunk to get the spare. As I rummaged around for the jack, I had an eerie feeling like I was being watched. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was just on edge from being alone on a dark road in the middle of nowhere. I got the spare out and started jacking up the car. The night was dead silent except for the creaking of the jack and the chirping of crickets. As I loosened the lug nuts, that creepy sensation of eyes on me grew stronger. A chill ran down my spine. I turned to look behind me and nearly jumped out of my skin. There in the darkness beyond my car's headlights, I saw two glowing red eyes staring right at me. They were huge, much larger and higher off the ground than any animal I'd ever seen. My heart started racing. I told myself it must be a deer or something, but deep down, I knew that wasn't true. Those eyes were far too intelligent, too malevolent. I turned back to the tire, trying to work faster. My hands were shaking as I removed the lug nuts. Just change the damn tire and get out of here, I thought. That's when I heard it. A low, guttural growl that made every hair on my body stand on end. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard before, not quite human and not quite animal. I slowly turned back toward the sound. The eyes had moved closer, and now I could make out a massive dark shape behind them. It was huge, at least 7 feet tall and powerfully built. But the silhouette was all wrong. The proportions weren't human. As my eyes adjusted, I started to make out more details. And that's when true terror gripped me. The thing had the general shape of a man, but with the head of a goat. Huge curled horns protruded from its skull. Its legs bent backwards at the knee like a goat's hind legs, and it was covered in thick matted fur. I'd heard the local legends about the goatmen of Prince George's County, but I'd always laughed them off as silly campfire stories. But here it was, standing right in front of me. And it looked hungry. With a bellow that sounded like a man's scream mixed with a goat's bleat, the creature charged at me. I dove into my car, not even bothering with the door. As I fumbled for my keys with trembling hands, I heard the hideous sound of claws scraping against metal. The car rocked violently as the goatman slammed into it. I finally got the key in the ignition and cranked it. The engine roared to life, and I stomped on the gas, peeling out onto the road with the back hatch still open and the jack clattering to the asphalt behind me. I expected the blown tire to slow me down, but adrenaline and terror propelled me forward at breakneck speed. In my rearview mirror, I could see the goatman bounding after me on all fours, moving inhumanly fast. Suddenly, there was a horrible screech of metal. The goatman had caught up and was clawing at the back of my car. I swerved back and forth, trying to shake it off. There was a loud snap, and my rearview mirror went dark. The thing had torn my antenna clean off. I could hear it scrambling on the roof now, its claws puncturing the metal like it was tin foil. Screaming in terror, I slammed on the brakes and swerved hard. The goatman went flying off the roof. I hit the gas again, praying I'd lost it. After a few minutes of driving like a maniac, I chanced to look in the rearview mirror. The road behind me was empty. I let out a shaky breath, feeling myself start to come down from the adrenaline high. That's when I noticed the rank, musty smell, like wet fur and rotten meat. Horror flooded through me as I realized it was coming from inside the car. I hesitantly looked over my shoulder into the back seat. Two glowing red eyes stared back at me from the darkness. What happened next is mostly a blur. I remember smashing through a guardrail, my car rolling down an embankment, glass shattering, metal crunching, that horrible bleating scream. I must have blacked out, because the next thing I knew I was waking up in a hospital bed. The doctors said I was lucky to be alive after an accident like that. They found me over 50 feet from the wreckage of my car, with no memory of how I got there. When I tried to tell them about the Goatman, they exchanged worried glances and upped my pain meds. I overheard them talking about head trauma and possible hallucinations. But I know what I saw, and apparently I'm not the only one. While recovering in the hospital, I did some research online. Turns out sightings of the Goatman go back decades in Prince George's County. Lots of stories similar to mine. Lone drivers encountering the creature on dark rural roads. Local folklore says it was the result of experiments at the Beltsville Agricultural Research Center back in the 1970s. Scientists supposedly crossed human DNA with goats in some kind of secret government project. The Goatman was the twisted result, escaping into the surrounding forests. Crazy as it sounds, it's the only explanation that makes sense to me after what I experienced. The doctors say I'm lucky I only ended up with a concussion and some broken ribs. But I don't feel lucky. I haven't driven at night since the incident. I have horrible nightmares where I'm back on that road, those glowing red eyes bearing down on me. I wake up in a cold sweat, the phantom stench of wet fur in my nostrils. The insurance company totaled my car. When I went to clean out my belongings, I was shocked by the damage. Deep claw marks gouged the roof and sides. The back windshield was shattered. And strangest of all, there were tufts of coarse hair caught in the twisted metal. Hair that didn't match any known animal species. I took some samples to a lab for testing, but they were inconclusive. The DNA didn't match anything in their database. It was some kind of unknown hybrid, they said. Part of me wishes I could forget that night ever happened. Go back to my normal life. Dismiss it all as a bad dream or hallucination like the doctors said. But I know what I saw was real. The Goatman is out there, lurking in the forests of Prince George's County, waiting for unwary travelers on lonely roads. I was lucky to escape with my life. Others may not be so fortunate. So consider this a warning to anyone driving through rural Maryland at night. If you blow a tire or your car breaks down, don't get out to fix it. Keep driving on the rim if you have to, because you never know what might be watching you from the darkness, ready to pounce. And if you see a pair of glowing red eyes in your rearview mirror, floor it and don't look back. The Goatman is all too real, and it's always hungry for its next victim. I still don't understand why it let me live that night. Maybe it was toying with me, enjoying the chase. Or maybe I just got lucky. But I have a feeling our paths will cross again someday. And next time, I might not be so fortunate. So if you're ever driving through Prince George's County late at night and see a hulking shape by the side of the road, don't slow down. Don't stop to help. Just keep driving and pray it didn't see you. Because once the Goatman has your scent, it won't stop until it catches you. I'll never forget those glowing red eyes or that blood-curdling scream. Half man, half animal. The Goatman is real, and it's still out there somewhere. Stay safe and stay away from dark country roads in Maryland. You never know what's lurking in the shadows, waiting to pounce. Still can't believe what I saw that day in the mountains. It's been weeks, but the image is burned into my mind. I've spent over 30 years foraging for mushrooms in those woods, and I thought I knew every inch of that forest, but nothing could have prepared me for what I encountered. It was a crisp autumn morning when I set out on my usual route along the winding mountain road. The air was thick with the earthy scent of decaying leaves, and a light mist clung to the treetops. I'd driven this road hundreds of times before, my eyes always scanning the forest floor for signs of mushrooms. As I rounded a sharp bend, something caught my eye that made me slam on the brakes. There, about 50 feet ahead, was what looked like a small person, and I mean really small, maybe 2 feet tall at most. It was crouched down next to a boulder that had fallen partially onto the road. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Maybe it was just an oddly shaped stump or a large bird. But then it moved. The creature stood up on 2 legs and put its hands on the boulder. I watched in disbelief as it started to push against the rock. Impossibly, the massive stone began to shift under its tiny hands. I blinked hard, certain I must be hallucinating. But when I looked again, the creature was still there. I could make out more details now. It appeared to be wearing some kind of rough brown clothing that blended in with the forest. Its movements were quick and fluid, almost animal-like. My heart was pounding in my chest. I fumbled for my phone, desperate to get a picture, but my hands were shaking so badly I couldn't even unlock the screen. Just then, the creature's head snapped in my direction. Even from this distance, I swear I could see its eyes widen in alarm. In a flash, it darted off the road and disappeared into the thick underbrush. I sat there for several minutes, trying to process what I'd just witnessed. Part of me wanted to get out and investigate, but my legs felt like jelly. Eventually, I managed to pull myself together enough to drive to the spot where I'd seen the creature. The boulder had indeed been moved several inches off the road. I searched the area, looking for footprints or any other sign of the being, but found nothing conclusive. Just some crushed vegetation where it might have run off. As I stood there, my mind racing, I started to take in my surroundings with new eyes. This particular stretch of road cut through a remote, densely forested area. There were countless rock formations, caves, and hollow logs that could serve as shelter or hiding spots. The terrain was rugged and largely unexplored by humans. It hit me then. This would be the perfect habitat for a community of small, intelligent creatures to remain hidden. They'd have natural escape routes, places to hide, and minimal human interference. The more I thought about it, the more sense it made. I spent the rest of the day combing the area, searching for any other signs of these beings. But aside from what seemed like an unusual number of perfectly round holes at the bases of trees, I found nothing definitive. As the sun began to set, I reluctantly headed home. I knew I should tell someone what I'd seen, but who would believe me? I've always prided myself on being a rational person. I'm not the type to buy into Bigfoot stories or alien abductions, but I know what I saw. That night, I barely slept. I kept replaying the encounter in my mind, questioning my sanity. But the more I thought about it, the more certain I became. This wasn't some trick of the light or my imagination running wild. I'd seen a real, living creature, one that shouldn't exist according to everything we know about the natural world. The next morning, I was back on that mountain road at dawn. I spent the entire day searching the area, looking for any trace of the little being. I left out some berries and nuts in clearings, hoping to lure it out. But there was no sign of it, or any others like it. I've been back almost every day since then. I've set up trail cameras and spent countless hours watching and waiting. So far, I haven't seen the creature again, but I have noticed some strange things. Tiny structures made of twigs and leaves hidden in the underbrush, unusual patterns of pebbles arranged on fallen logs, soft whistling sounds that don't match any known bird call. I know how this all sounds. If someone had told me this story a month ago, I'd have thought they were crazy or pulling my leg. But I'm telling you, these creatures are real. I've spent my entire adult life in these woods. I know every plant, every animal, every sound. What I saw that day was something entirely new. I've done some research since then, looking into folklore and legends from this region. There are old stories of little people living in the mountains, but most scholars dismiss them as myths or exaggerated accounts of children lost in the woods. Now, I'm not so sure. I've thought about reporting my sighting to the authorities or to scientists, but I'm hesitant. What if an influx of researchers or curious onlookers disrupts their habitat? What if they're captured and studied like lab rats? No, for now at least, I think it's best to keep this to myself. But I had to tell someone, which is why I'm sharing this here. I know most of you will probably think I'm nuts or making this up. That's okay. I'm not looking for anyone to believe me. I just needed to get this off my chest. I'm going back out there tomorrow and the day after that and every day I can. I don't know if I'll ever see that little creature again, but I can't stop looking. It's like that brief encounter opened up a whole new world of possibilities. If there's one thing I've learned from my years in the forest, it's that nature always has more secrets to reveal. We think we know everything about our world, but there are still mysteries out there, hiding just out of sight. I saw one of those mysteries with my own eyes, and it's changed everything for me. So the next time you're out in the woods, keep your eyes open. Look closely at that oddly shaped stump or that flash of movement in your peripheral vision. You never know what you might see if you're really paying attention. There are wonders out there just waiting to be discovered. And who knows, maybe someday one of you will see what I saw and know that you're not alone in this incredible experience. It started off as a perfect fall morning, crisp air, leaves crunching underfoot, sunlight filtering through the trees. My 12-year-old son, Jake, was excited to tackle one of the more challenging trails in the park. As we set off, everything seemed normal. We chatted about school and sports as we made our way deeper into the forest. About an hour in, I started to get an uneasy feeling. It was subtle at first, just a vague sense that something wasn't quite right. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was being paranoid. But as we continued hiking, the feeling only intensified. I noticed Jake kept glancing around nervously. When I asked if he was okay, he said, "Dad, do you feel like we're being watched?" A chill ran down my spine. So he felt it too. I didn't want to alarm him, so I casually said, "It's probably just the wildlife, buddy. Lots of critters out here." But I knew it wasn't wildlife. This was different. It felt malevolent somehow, like there were eyes boring into us from every direction. I instinctively pulled Jake closer as we walked. That's when the weird stuff started happening. Out of the corner of my eye, I kept seeing flashes of movement, dark shapes darting between trees. But when I'd turned to look, there was nothing there, just empty forest. Jake saw it too. "Dad, what was that?" he'd ask in a trembling voice. I'd make up some explanation about squirrels or birds, but we both knew that wasn't it. The sounds were the worst part. At first it was just snapping twigs and rustling leaves. Perfectly normal forest noises, except they seemed to be following us. No matter which direction we went, the sounds were always right behind us or off to the side, never where we could actually see what was making them. Then we started hearing the whispers, faint at first, barely audible. I thought I was imagining things, but they grew louder, more insistent. It wasn't any language I recognized, just sibilant hissing sounds that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Jake heard them too. He grabbed my hand, squeezing it tight. "It's okay," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Let's pick up the pace a bit." We started walking faster, almost jogging at times. But the whispers kept pace with us, always just out of sight but unmistakably there. As the trail started to climb steeply, things got even weirder. The shadows around us seemed to deepen and shift in unnatural ways. It was the middle of the day, but it felt like twilight had suddenly descended on the forest. The air grew thick and oppressive, making it hard to breathe. That's when I made the decision. "Jake," I said as calmly as I could, "I need you to do exactly what I say. Keep your eyes forward and don't look back, no matter what. We're going to walk quickly but carefully up this hill. Don't stop for anything. Understand?" He nodded, eyes wide with fear. I could see he wanted to ask questions, but he stayed silent. Smart kid. We started up the steep incline, and immediately the whispers intensified. They seemed to be coming from right behind us now, so close I could almost feel breath on the back of my neck. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, to confront whatever was there. But some deeper part of me knew that would be a terrible mistake. So we pressed on, our legs burning as we practically ran up the hill. Jake whimpered softly, but kept his eyes locked ahead just like I told him. The whispers grew to a fever pitch, and I swear I felt something brush against my back. But I didn't look. I couldn't look. Just when I thought my legs would give out, we crested the hill, and I saw our car in the parking lot ahead. "Run!" I yelled, and we sprinted the last 100 yards. I fumbled with the keys, hands shaking so bad I could barely get the door open. We dove inside, and I slammed the locks down. For a long moment, we just sat there panting, too scared to speak. Finally, Jake turned to me with tears in his eyes. "Dad, what was that? What happened back there?" I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. "I don't know, son, but I do know one thing. Something followed us through that entire hike. Something that shouldn't exist." Jake's eyes widened. "You mean like a ghost or a monster?" I shook my head. "I don't know what it was, but it wasn't natural and it wasn't friendly. Whatever's in those woods, it's not safe." As I started the car, I made a silent vow. We were never coming back to this part of the park again. Some places are better left alone, and some things are better left unseen. The drive home was tense and quiet. We were both still processing what had happened. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see some dark shape emerging from the trees behind us. But there was nothing, just an empty road stretching out behind us. Jake finally broke the silence. "Do you think it followed us home?" I gripped the steering wheel tighter. "No, I don't think so. I think whatever it was, it's confined to that area of the forest. But we can't be sure. When we get home, I want you to stay inside for the rest of the day, okay?" He nodded solemnly. I hated seeing him so scared, but I knew it was for the best. We needed to be cautious. As we pulled into our driveway, I felt some of the tension finally start to ease. We were home. We were safe. Or so I thought. That night, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard Jake call out from his room. "Dad, come quick!" I raced down the hall, heart pounding. Jake was standing at his window, pointing outside. "I saw something in the backyard," he said, voice shaking. "A shadow, moving really fast." I peered out into the darkness, scanning the yard. At first I saw nothing. Then, just for a split second, I caught a glimpse of movement. A dark shape, humanoid but somehow wrong, darting behind a tree. My blood ran cold. "Get away from the window," I said, pulling Jake back. I quickly closed the curtains and turned on all the lights in the room. "It's okay," I told him, trying to sound more confident than I felt. It was probably just a deer or something. But we both knew that wasn't true. Whatever had followed us in the forest had found its way here, to our home. I spent the rest of the night sitting in Jake's room, watching over him as he slept fitfully. Every little noise made me jump. The house creaked and settled, and each time I was convinced it was something trying to get in. As dawn broke, I finally started to relax a bit. We had made it through the night, but I knew this was far from over. Whatever we had encountered in those woods, it wasn't going to leave us alone easily. In the days that followed, we experienced more strange occurrences. Objects moving on their own, whispers in empty rooms, shadows flickering at the edge of our vision. It was like we had brought a piece of that haunted forest home with us. I've researched everything I can about the area where we hiked, trying to find any history of similar experiences. There are a few vague legends about spirits in the woods, but nothing concrete, nothing to explain what we went through. It's been months now, and things have mostly calmed down. The incidents have become less frequent, though they haven't stopped entirely. Jake still has nightmares sometimes. I find myself constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every unexpected sound. I don't know if we'll ever fully understand what happened that day in the forest. Part of me doesn't want to know, but I do know this. There are things in this world that defy explanation, things that lurk in the shadows, just beyond the edge of what we consider reality. So if you're ever hiking in the Ohio River Valley and you start to feel like something's watching you, don't look back. Just keep moving and pray that you make it out of those woods, because some things once seen can never be unseen, and some forces, once awakened, will never truly let you go. The party started off great. About 20 of us were there, mostly friends from college. We were hanging out by the bonfire, drinking beers, playing music, and just having fun. As the night went on, a few of us decided it would be cool to explore the property a bit. Jake's place backed up to this dense wooded area that none of us had really checked out before. At first, it was just innocent fun. A group of about 5 or 6 of us grabbed some flashlights and headed towards the tree line, laughing and joking around. I stayed back by the fire, chatting with some other friends. After about 15 minutes, we heard shouting coming from the direction of the woods. Suddenly, the group came running back towards us, looking absolutely terrified. "What the hell happened?" I asked as they stumbled back to the bonfire, out of breath and visibly shaken. My friend Mike was the first to speak up. "There's something out there, man," he said, his voice trembling. It attacked us or something. We couldn't see it clearly, but it was big and fast." The others nodded in agreement, still trying to catch their breath. They described hearing rustling in the bushes, then feeling something brush past them forcefully. Whatever it was seemed to circle around them in the darkness before they all panicked and ran. At first, I was skeptical. I figured they were just drunk and had scared themselves, but the fear in their eyes was real. These weren't the type of guys to get spooked easily. As we all tried to process what they were saying, another group decided they wanted to check it out for themselves. Despite protests from those who had just returned, about 4 or 5 people grabbed flashlights and headed towards the woods. I had a bad feeling, but curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to join them. We made our way to the edge of the property where it met the tree line. The woods looked especially dark and foreboding now. We shone our flashlights into the trees, not seeing anything out of the ordinary at first. Then someone gasped and pointed. There, about 50 feet into the woods, was a pair of glowing red eyes. They were huge, at least 6 feet off the ground, and they were staring right at us. My blood ran cold. Those eyes, they didn't look like any animal I'd ever seen. They were too big, too intelligent looking. For a moment we all just stood there frozen in shock. Then the eyes blinked and vanished, just disappeared into thin air. Before any of us could react, they reappeared in a different spot, closer this time. Then they vanished again. Panic set in, and we all turned to run back to the house. But as we spun around, the eyes materialized right in front of us, blocking our path. They were massive, easily 7 or 8 feet tall now, and they were between us and safety. We scattered in different directions, screaming in terror. I sprinted as fast as I could, branches whipping my face as I crashed through the underbrush. I could hear the heavy footsteps of something massive behind me, but I didn't dare look back. Somehow I made it back to the bonfire, my heart pounding out of my chest. The others stumbled out of the woods too, all of us gasping and trembling. "Did you guys see that?" someone shouted. We all nodded, too shocked to speak. Jake came running over, asking what had happened. Between panicked breaths, we tried to explain about the glowing red eyes, how they had appeared and disappeared, how they had cut us off from the house. Jake looked bewildered and scared. "We need to get inside, now," he said firmly. We all hurried into the house, locking the doors behind us. Everyone was freaked out, trying to make sense of what we'd seen. Some people were crying, others were on their phones trying to call for help, but cell service was spotty out there. I went to one of the upstairs windows, peering out into the darkness. For a moment, I didn't see anything. Then a chill ran down my spine as I spotted those red eyes again at the edge of the woods, staring at the house. I blinked, and they were gone. We spent the rest of the night huddled in the living room, too scared to sleep. Jake's parents were away for the weekend, so we were on our own out there. We kept the lights on and took turns keeping watch. As the sun finally began to rise, we ventured outside cautiously. There was no sign of whatever had terrorized us during the night. We searched the woods, but found no tracks or other evidence. It was like it had never happened. In the light of day, some people tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just some kind of animal, they said, or maybe we were all drunk and imagined it. But deep down, we all knew the truth. Those eyes were real, and they weren't natural. I wish I could say that was the end of it, that we all just went home and forgot about that night. But for me, at least, it was only the beginning. Over the next few weeks, I started seeing those eyes again. Never for more than a split second, and always when I was alone. I'd be walking to my car at night and catch a glimpse of them watching me from between 2 buildings. Or I'd wake up in the middle of the night to see them hovering outside my 2nd-story window, gone as soon as I blinked. I tried to convince myself I was imagining things, that it was just leftover fear from that night. But it felt so real. I stopped sleeping, barely ate. My friends were worried about me, but I was afraid to tell them what was happening. They'd think I was crazy. It all came to a head about a month after the party. I was driving home late one night on a lonely stretch of road. As I rounded a bend, my headlights illuminated something in the middle of the road. I slammed on the brakes, heart racing. There, standing motionless, was a tall, dark figure. It was hard to make out any details, but it had to be at least 8 feet tall. And those eyes, those terrifying red eyes, were staring right at me. I sat there paralyzed, engine idling. The figure didn't move. It just kept staring. After what felt like an eternity, I managed to put the car in reverse. As soon as I started backing up, the figure vanished into thin air. I sped home in a panic, convinced it would reappear at any moment. When I finally made it inside, I broke down sobbing. I couldn't take it anymore. The fear, the sleepless nights, the constant feeling of being watched. It was too much. The next day, I packed a bag and left town. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I just needed to get away, to clear my head. I spent a few weeks staying with a distant relative, trying to make sense of everything that had happened. Eventually, I worked up the courage to return home. To my relief, the sightings seemed to have stopped. Life slowly returned to normal, though I never forgot what I saw that night in the woods. It's been a few years now, and I still don't have any answers. What were those creatures? Why did they terrorize us? And why did they seem to fixate on me afterwards? I've done research, tried to find similar encounters, but nothing quite matches up. Sometimes I wonder if it was all in my head somehow. But then I remember the sheer terror I felt, the way those eyes seemed to bore into my soul. It was real. I know it was. I still get nervous in the woods at night, and sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I could swear I see a flash of red, but I try not to dwell on it. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened, but I've made peace with the not knowing. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. I'm a grad student at the University of Iowa, and I've always been a night owl. To clear my head after long days of classes and research, I got into the habit of going for late-night runs along the river. There's an old railroad bridge near campus that I'd often jog across. The views of the water and city lights were always peaceful at that hour. On this particular night in late October, I set out around 11 p.m. as usual. The air was crisp and there was a light fog hanging over the river, giving everything a hazy, dreamlike quality. As I made my way across the bridge, I paused to catch my breath and take in the scenery. That's when I first heard it, a strange splashing sound coming from below. At first I thought it was just the current, but there was an odd rhythm to it, almost like something was swimming. Curious, I peered over the railing, straining my eyes to see through the mist. For a few moments, I couldn't make out anything unusual. But then I saw it, a dark shape moving through the water. As my eyes adjusted, I realized with a start that it was much larger than I initially thought. Whatever it was, it had to be at least 6 or 7 feet long. My heart started racing as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. A fish? No, definitely too big. Maybe a beaver or river otter? But the shape was all wrong, and I'd never seen one nearly that size before. As I watched, transfixed, the creature's head broke the surface. Even through the fog, I could see that its skull was massive, easily the size of a large dog or small bear. But the proportions were just off somehow, unnatural. Without thinking, I called out a hesitant, "Hello?" Immediately, I regretted making a sound. The thing in the water went completely still. Slowly, deliberately, it turned to face me. 2 glowing eyes reflected the dim light from the bridge, staring directly at me. A chill ran down my spine. Those weren't animal eyes. There was an unsettling intelligence behind them. For several agonizing seconds, neither of us moved. I felt frozen in place, unable to look away. Then, in one fluid motion, it submerged and vanished beneath the murky water. The ripples quickly faded, leaving the river's surface undisturbed as if nothing had happened. I stood there for what felt like hours, heart pounding, waiting to see if it would reappear. But the night remained still and silent. Eventually, I managed to shake myself out of my daze and hurried home, constantly glancing over my shoulder. In the days that followed, I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was just a large fish, distorted by the fog and my imagination. or some kind of escaped exotic pet. But deep down, I knew those explanations didn't fit. The size, the behavior, those eyes, it was like nothing I'd ever encountered before. I started researching local wildlife, cryptids, even Native American legends about the area, but nothing quite matched up with what I'd witnessed that night. I thought about reporting it to campus police or the DNR, but what would I even say? I had no proof, and I was afraid they'd just think I was some drunk college kid making up stories. For a while, I avoided my usual running route, but curiosity got the better of me. And about a week later, I found myself back on that bridge, peering into the water below. Part of me hoped to catch another glimpse, to prove to myself that I hadn't imagined the whole thing. But another part dreaded the thought of coming face to face with that creature again. I've been back many times since then, at different hours of the day and night. I've never seen anything quite like what I encountered that foggy October evening. But sometimes, when the river is still and the moon is bright, I swear I can hear something large moving beneath the surface. And occasionally, out of the corner of my eye, I'll catch a glimpse of a dark shape gliding through the water, gone as soon as I turn to look. I don't know what's really out there in the Iowa River. Maybe it was just a one-time thing, some strange anomaly that I happened to witness. Or maybe there's something living in those waters that science hasn't discovered yet. All I know is that I can't look at that river the same way anymore. And on quiet nights, when the fog rolls in, I find myself wondering, is it still out there, watching and waiting in the depths? I've tried talking to a few friends about what happened, but most of them just laugh it off or tell me I must have been seeing things. And maybe they're right. Maybe it was all in my head. But I know what I saw that night. Those eyes, that massive shape in the water. It was real. And sometimes I worry that one day, whatever it was might decide to come up onto land. I still go running by the river sometimes, but never alone anymore. And I always keep my distance from the water's edge. Call me paranoid, but after what I experienced, I'm not taking any chances. There are things in this world that defy explanation, and I think I came face to face with one of them that night on the bridge. So if you're ever in Iowa City, enjoying a moonlit stroll along the river, keep your wits about you. And if you hear something splashing in the water, something too big to be a normal river dweller, well, maybe it's best not to look too closely. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. I don't know if I'll ever fully understand or come to terms with what I saw that night. But one thing's for certain. I'll never forget those eyes staring back at me from the depths of the Iowa River. Whatever it was, I hope our paths never cross again. But in the back of my mind, I can't shake the feeling that someday, somehow, I might find myself face to face with that creature once more. And next time, a bridge railing might not be enough to keep me safe. The winding mountain roads were pitch black except for our headlights. Mike and Jenny had dozed off in the back, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the radio playing softly. I was starting to feel drowsy myself after the long day, so I cracked the window to let in some cool night air. As we rounded a particularly sharp bend, something caught my eye on the side of the road ahead. At first, I thought it was just a reflection from our headlights, but as we got closer, I realized there was actually something there. My heart started racing as I slowed the van, squinting to make out what it was in the darkness. That's when I saw it clearly, illuminated in our high beams. It was some kind of creature, unlike anything I'd ever seen before, about the size of a large pit bull, but with the most unsettling features. Its face was unmistakably canine, a dog's snout and mouth stretched into an eerie, human-like grin. But surrounding its head was a thick mane of fur, like a lion's. The thing that really got to me was its eyes. They were huge and reflective, like a cat's eyes at night, but filled with an intelligence that seemed almost malevolent. As we drove past, those eyes followed our van, boring into me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I let out an involuntary gasp and gripped the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white. "Did you guys see that?" I exclaimed, glancing in the rearview mirror at my colleagues. But Mike and Jenny were still fast asleep, oblivious to what had just happened. I debated whether to wake them up, but something held me back. Maybe it was the shock, or maybe some part of me was already doubting what I'd seen. I mean, it couldn't have been real, right? There's no such thing as dog-faced lion creatures lurking on country roads. But I knew what I saw, and those eyes. I couldn't shake the feeling that they had seen me too, really seen me, in a way that went beyond normal animal awareness. I tried to rationalize it as my tired mind playing tricks on me, but the image was so vivid, so detailed. This wasn't some blurry shape glimpsed for a split second. I had gotten a good, clear look at the thing for several long moments as we passed by. My hands were shaking as I kept driving, constantly checking the mirrors to see if it was following us. But the road behind remained empty and dark. After about 15 minutes of paranoid glancing, I started to calm down a bit. Whatever it was, it seemed we had left it behind. I considered pulling over to collect myself, maybe splash some water on my face, but the thought of stopping on that lonely stretch of road filled me with dread. What if it was still out there, waiting in the shadows? No, better to keep moving and put as much distance between us and that thing as possible. The rest of the drive passed in a blur. I was hyper-alert, jumping at every shadow and movement in the trees along the roadside. By the time we reached the outskirts of Little Rock, I was exhausted and on edge. As we pulled into the hotel parking lot, Mike and Jenny finally stirred awake. "We're here already?" Jenny asked groggily. "Wow, that was quick. You must have been booking it, Tom." I mumbled something non-committal in response. How could I explain what had happened? They'd think I was crazy. Hell, maybe I was crazy. The rational part of my brain was already trying to dismiss the whole thing as a vivid hallucination brought on by fatigue. But deep down, I knew what I had seen was real as the steering wheel under my trembling hands or the sweat beading on my forehead. I barely slept that night, lying awake replaying the encounter over and over in my mind. Each time, I hoped I'd find some flaw in the memory, some detail that would prove it couldn't have been real. But the image remained crystal clear. That grotesque canine face, the lion's mane, those piercing, knowing eyes. The next morning at breakfast, I casually asked Mike and Jenny if they remembered seeing anything weird on the drive. They both looked at me blankly. "Like what?" Mike asked. I shrugged, trying to play it cool. "Oh, I don't know. Just thought I might have seen something strange in the woods at one point. Probably just a deer or something." Jenny laughed. "Well, if there was, we missed it. I was out cold pretty much the whole way back." I let the subject drop, but inside I felt a chill. So it really had just been me. Whatever that thing was, it had chosen to reveal itself to me alone. But why? What did it mean? In the days and weeks that followed, I threw myself into research, scouring the internet for any similar sightings or local legends that might explain what I saw. I found plenty of stories about Bigfoot and other cryptids in the Ozarks, but nothing that quite matched my experience. The closest I came was an obscure forum post describing a dog-headed lion seen near Hot Springs about 10 years ago. But the account was vague and second-hand, nothing like my vivid first-hand encounter. As time passed, I started to doubt myself more and more. Maybe it really had just been my imagination running wild, fueled by exhaustion and the spooky atmosphere of those dark mountain roads. But every time I closed my eyes, I could still see those intelligent, menacing eyes staring back at me. I've driven that same stretch of highway several times since then, always in daylight and always with a sense of nervous anticipation. But I've never seen the creature again. Sometimes I almost wish I would, just to prove to myself that I'm not going crazy. To this day, I don't know what to make of what happened that night. Was it a real creature? Some undiscovered species lurking in the backwoods of Arkansas? A supernatural entity? Or just a vivid hallucination conjured by my tired mind? All I know is that the memory of that encounter still haunts me. I can't shake the feeling that by seeing that thing, I glimpsed something I wasn't meant to see. A hidden layer of reality that most people go their whole lives without noticing. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder, did seeing it somehow mark me? Is it out there still, watching and waiting for our paths to cross again? I try to dismiss these thoughts as paranoid fancy, but a part of me remains on guard, always scanning the shadows for that eerie canine grin and those knowing, predatory eyes. I haven't told anyone else about this until now. I'm not sure why I'm finally sharing it here. Maybe I'm hoping someone else has seen something similar and can help me make sense of it all. Or maybe I just need to get it off my chest, to know that someone else knows what happened to me that night on that lonely Arkansas highway. Whatever the case, I know one thing for certain. I'll never forget that creature's face or the chill that ran down my spine when our eyes met. It may have only been for a moment, but in that moment, my understanding of the world changed forever. And try as I might, I can't go back to seeing things the way I did before. So if you're ever driving through the Ozarks late at night and you see something strange by the roadside, don't slow down. Don't look too closely. Just keep driving and count yourself lucky if all you're left with is an uneasy feeling and the nagging sense that you almost glimpsed something you weren't meant to see. Because trust me, some mysteries are better left unsolved. It was just past midnight, and I was driving home from a late shift at work. My girlfriend Jess was following behind in her car. We'd met up for a quick dinner after I finished, and she insisted on making sure I got home safe since I was exhausted. The road was pitch black, winding through dense forest with hardly any streetlights. I had my high beams on, struggling to stay alert. Suddenly, something massive darted out into the road directly in front of me. In that split second, all I registered was that it was way too big to be a normal animal. It looked like some kind of enormous, deformed coyote. I slammed on the brakes, but there was no time. I felt and heard the sickening thud as I hit it head-on. My heart was racing as I pulled over to the shoulder, hands shaking. Jess pulled up right behind me and ran to my window. "Oh my God, are you okay? What happened?" she asked frantically. I hit something," I stammered. "Some kind of huge animal. Didn't you see it?" She looked confused. "No, I didn't see anything at all. Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure," I exclaimed. "It was right in front of me. There's no way you could have missed it." It must have run off into the woods. We got out to survey the damage, but to my shock, there wasn't a single scratch or dent on my car. That made no sense. The impact had been substantial. I'd hit plenty of deer over the years living in this rural area, and there was always clear damage. Maybe you just grazed it, Jess suggested hesitantly. But I knew that wasn't the case. I'd felt the full force of the collision. We walked up and down the road with our phone flashlights, searching for any sign of the creature. No blood, no fur, nothing. It was as if it had never existed. I swear I'm not crazy, I insisted. I know what I saw and felt. Jess looked worried. I believe that you think you saw something, but honey, you're exhausted. Maybe your mind was playing tricks on you. I wanted to argue, but doubt was starting to creep in. Had I imagined the whole thing? Was I so tired that I'd hallucinated? But it had felt so real. We eventually gave up the search and continued home. I tossed and turned all night, replaying the incident in my mind. The image of that thing was seared into my memory. Its unnaturally long limbs, the mangy, patchy fur, the way it moved with an eerie fluidity. It was like no coyote I'd ever seen. The next day, I convinced Jess to go back to the spot with me in broad daylight. I had to prove to myself I wasn't going insane. But once again, we found absolutely nothing. No skid marks on the road, no signs of impact in the nearby brush. It was infuriating and deeply unsettling. Over the next few weeks, I became obsessed with figuring out what I'd seen. I scoured local news and message boards for any similar incidents. I researched rare animals native to the area. Nothing quite fit. Then one night, unable to sleep, I stumbled across some posts about skinwalkers, shape-shifting creatures from Native American lore. The descriptions sent chills down my spine. Unnaturally large canines, the ability to vanish without a trace, often spotted on lonely roads at night. I'm not usually one for supernatural explanations, but the more I read, the more it resonated with my experience. When I tentatively brought it up to Jess, I could tell she thought I was losing it. But she humored me, listening as I laid out all the details that didn't add up. Even if you did hit something, she pointed out, why would it completely disappear? And why wouldn't I have seen it from right behind you? I had no good answer. The rational part of my brain knew how ridiculous it all sounded. But I couldn't shake the visceral memory of that creature and the impact. In the months since, I've had a few other odd experiences on that stretch of road. Shadowy figures darting through my peripheral vision, strange howls echoing through the trees, a persistent feeling of being watched. Maybe it's all in my head, my mind playing tricks after that night. But sometimes I swear I catch glimpses of something following my car, keeping pace just beyond the reach of my headlights. I've taken to avoiding that road altogether now, even though it adds an extra 20 minutes to my commute. Jess thinks I'm being paranoid, but she doesn't push the issue. I can tell she's worried about me. The truth is, I'm worried about myself too. I still don't know if what I experienced that night was real or some kind of stress-induced hallucination. But the uncertainty gnaws at me. I find myself constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at shadows. Sometimes I think about reaching out to local tribal elders to see if they have any insight. But I'm afraid of being laughed off as some crazy guy appropriating their culture for my delusions. And an even deeper fear, what if they take me seriously? What if they confirm my worst suspicions about what's out there? So I stay quiet, carrying this experience with me. I've mostly stopped trying to convince Jess or anyone else. But late at night, when I'm driving home and the forests loom dark on either side, I can't help but scan the roadsides. My hands tighten on the wheel, ready to swerve at a moment's notice, because deep down, a part of me knows whatever that thing was, it's still out there, and next time I might not be so lucky. The incident has changed me in ways I'm still trying to understand. I've always considered myself a rational person, but now I find myself questioning reality itself. How much of what we perceive is real? Are there things lurking just beyond our understanding, defying the laws of nature as we know them? I've become hyper-aware of my surroundings, especially at night. Every rustle in the bushes, every oddly shaped shadow sets my heart racing. I've started carrying a high-powered flashlight everywhere, though I'm not sure what good it would do against whatever that was. My relationship with Jess has been strained. She's patient and supportive, but I can tell she's frustrated by my obsession. We used to love going on camping trips and night hikes, but now I make excuses to avoid them. The thought of being out in those woods after dark terrifies me in a way I can't fully articulate. I've tried to research similar incidents in the area, but it's hard to separate fact from fiction. There are plenty of campfire stories and urban legends, but concrete evidence is scarce. I did find a few old newspaper clippings about mysterious animal attacks and unexplained disappearances along that stretch of road, dating back decades. But it's all circumstantial, nothing definitive. The worst part is the not knowing. If I could just understand what happened, maybe I could move past it. But the inconsistencies gnaw at me. How could I have hit something so solid, yet left no trace? Why didn't Jess see it? And if it wasn't real, what does that say about my mental state? I've considered setting up trail cameras along that road, trying to catch evidence. But part of me is afraid of what I might see. And an even bigger part is afraid of seeing nothing at all, of confirming that it was all in my head. Sometimes I think about that creature, if it was real. Was it in pain after I hit it? Did it crawl off into the woods to die alone? Or is it still out there, waiting? The thought sends shivers down my spine. I've started seeing a therapist, trying to work through the anxiety and paranoia. She's suggested that the incident might have triggered some underlying issues, that perhaps I'm projecting deeper fears onto this experience. And logically, I know she's probably right. But that doesn't make it feel any less real. There are moments when I almost convince myself it never happened, that it was just a vivid dream or a stress-induced hallucination. But then I'll be driving at night, and for a split second I'll see something in my rearview mirror, a pair of eyes reflecting in the darkness, a shape moving with impossible speed, and it all comes rushing back. I know I need to find a way to move past this. I can't keep living in fear, jumping at every shadow. But how do you rationalize an experience that defies rationality? How do you forget something that shakes your entire worldview? For now, I take it day by day. I'm trying to focus on the tangible, the explainable. I throw myself into work, into hobbies, into my relationship with Jess. I'm slowly starting to drive that road again, forcing myself to confront my fears. But a part of me remains on high alert, because if there really are things out there beyond our understanding, things that can appear and vanish at will, then nowhere is truly safe. And all it takes is one moment, one lapse in vigilance, for your entire world to change. So I watch, and I wait. And I hope that whatever I encountered that night, real or imagined, stays far away from me and those I love. But in the back of my mind, there's always that nagging doubt, that primal fear. Because deep down, I know the truth. That night on the road, I glimpsed something that wasn't meant to be seen, and I can never unsee it. That evening, I decided to brave the frigid air for a quick cigarette. I bundled up in my heaviest winter coat, pulled on 2 pairs of socks, and steeled myself before stepping out onto my back porch. The cold hit me like a physical force, instantly numbing my face and stealing my breath away. As I lit up with shaking hands, I gazed out at the silent, frozen landscape of my backyard. Everything was still, the world muffled under a thick blanket of snow. The full moon cast an eerie glow, making the icicles glitter like diamonds. That's when I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye. At first I thought it was just snow blowing in the wind. But as I peered closer, I realized with growing unease that something was moving near my neighbor's detached garage. I squinted, trying to make out what it was through the swirling flurries. For a second, I wondered if it was just my neighbor, but the shape was all wrong. As it emerged from the shadows, I felt my blood run cold. It was vaguely humanoid, but far too thin and gangly to be human. Its limbs were impossibly long and spindly, reminding me of a spider. But the way it moved was like nothing I'd ever seen before. It scuttled sideways in a crab-like motion, its joints bending at unnatural angles. I stood frozen in horror, unable to look away. The creature's skin was a sickly grayish color that seemed to shimmer in the moonlight. Its head was hairless and elongated, with no discernible facial features that I could make out. As I watched, it approached my neighbor's garage door and began pawing at it with those long, bony fingers. It moved with a frantic, desperate energy, as if trying to find shelter from the biting cold. A whimper escaped my throat as the reality of what I was seeing began to sink in. This was no costume or trick of the light. There was something deeply, fundamentally wrong about this being. The sound must have carried, because suddenly the creature's head snapped in my direction. I caught a glimpse of glowing yellow eyes before I stumbled backwards in terror, nearly falling off my porch. By the time I regained my balance and looked again, the thing had vanished. The yard was empty and still once more, with no sign that anything had been there at all. I burst back inside, slamming and locking the door behind me. My heart was racing, and I was gasping for air, unsure if what I'd seen was real or some kind of hypothermia-induced hallucination. I spent the rest of the night huddled on my couch, every light in the house blazing. Sleep was out of the question. I kept replaying the encounter in my mind, trying to make sense of it. The next morning, I ventured outside to look for tracks or other evidence. But a fresh layer of snow had fallen overnight, erasing any trace. My neighbor's garage door looked untouched. I wanted so badly to dismiss it as a dream, or my imagination running wild. But I knew in my heart that what I'd seen was real. The memory of those alien yellow eyes boring into me haunted my thoughts. For weeks afterwards, I was jumpy and on edge. I refused to go outside after dark. I installed extra locks on my doors and motion-activated floodlights all around my property. I scoured the internet for any similar sightings or local urban legends, but came up empty. Whatever I'd encountered that night seemed to be unique. As time passed, I slowly began to relax and doubt my own memory of events. Maybe it really had just been a trick of the light, or my mind playing tricks on me in the extreme cold. But to this day, I still get chills when I think back to that frigid January night. Sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I swear I can hear the scraping of bony fingers on my walls, and I never, ever go out for a smoke after dark anymore. I don't know what that thing was or where it came from. Part of me hopes I'll never find out, but another part of me is desperate for answers, for some explanation of the horror I witnessed. All I know is that the world is a much stranger and more terrifying place than we realize. There are things out there in the dark that defy explanation. And on the coldest nights of winter, when the wind howls outside my windows, I lie awake wondering if that creature is still out there somewhere, searching for warmth in the endless Chicago night. As I made my way deeper into the forest, I started to get an uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I felt like I was being watched. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was just being paranoid, but the feeling persisted. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was just the moonlight filtering through the trees in a strange way. But as I looked closer, I realized what I was seeing wasn't natural at all. There was a soft, pulsing glow coming from deeper in the woods. Curious but cautious, I moved towards it, my heart racing. As I got closer, the glow intensified. Then suddenly, through a gap in the trees, I saw it. A triangular object hovering silently about 20 feet off the ground. It was massive, at least 20 feet across, with a metallic surface that seemed to shimmer and shift. The corners pulsed with an intense blue-white light. I froze, unable to believe what I was seeing. This was like nothing I'd ever encountered before. It wasn't any kind of aircraft I recognized, and it was completely silent. No engine noise, no rotor blades, nothing. Just an eerie electronic hum that seemed to vibrate through my whole body. As I stood there gaping, the object suddenly moved, but it didn't fly away like a normal aircraft. It zipped sideways at incredible speed, stopping on a dime about 100 yards away. Then it shot straight up, hovered for a second, and dropped back down. These weren't normal flight patterns. It was moving in ways that should have been physically impossible. I must have made some kind of noise, because suddenly the object rotated towards me. That's when I noticed the symbols etched into its surface, strange alien glyphs that glowed with an inner light. They weren't like any language I'd ever seen. Panic seized me. I wanted to run, but I was rooted to the spot. The object started moving towards me, slowly and deliberately. As it got closer, the hum intensified to an almost painful degree. My skin tingled and the air felt charged, like right before a lightning strike. Just as I thought it was going to be right on top of me, there was a blinding flash of light. I threw my arms up to shield my eyes. When I lowered them, the object was gone, vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. I stood there for what felt like hours, my mind reeling. Had that really just happened? Was I going crazy? Eventually, I managed to shake myself out of my daze and stumbled back to the base. I was shaking so badly I could barely walk straight. When I got back, I discovered I wasn't the only one who had seen something strange that night. Other personnel were talking in hushed, excited tones about lights in the sky and weird noises. Some had seen the triangular craft. Others described orbs of light moving through the trees. Over the next few days, more sightings were reported. Some of the other guys went out to the forest and found strange markings on the ground and trees where the object had been seen. The higher-ups started taking it seriously, sending out investigation teams and taking statements from witnesses. But then things got weird. Officials from London showed up, and suddenly everything went quiet. We were told not to talk about what we'd seen, that it was all just a misunderstanding. The official story became that we'd simply misidentified the lighthouse beacon or some other mundane light source. But I know what I saw. That was no lighthouse or aircraft. The way it moved, those strange symbols, the physical effect it had on the environment around it. This was something beyond our current technology, something not from this world. In the years since, I've struggled to make sense of what happened that night in Rendlesham Forest. I've read about similar incidents, talked to other witnesses, tried to piece it all together. But I still don't have any real answers. All I know is that what I experienced was real, and it fundamentally changed how I view the world and our place in the universe. Sometimes I still have nightmares about that night. I'll wake up in a cold sweat, the sound of that unearthly hum ringing in my ears. And sometimes, when I'm out at night and I see a strange light in the sky, I feel that same electric tingle on my skin. And I wonder, are they still out there, watching us? Will they ever return? And if they do, what will it mean for humanity? I don't expect anyone to believe my story. Hell, sometimes I have a hard time believing it myself. But I know what I saw that night in Rendlesham Forest, and I'll never forget it as long as I live. The whole incident has left me with so many unanswered questions. Why did they choose that particular time and place to appear? Were they trying to make contact or just observing us? And why the cover-up afterwards? What does our government know that they're not telling us? I've spent countless hours poring over UFO literature, trying to find similar accounts that might shed some light on what I experienced. And while there are certainly other compelling cases out there, nothing quite matches up to what I saw that night. The level of technology on display was just mind-boggling. The way that craft moved, instant acceleration, right-angle turns at incredible speeds, hovering silently. It completely defied the laws of physics as we understand them. And those symbols, I still see them sometimes when I close my eyes. They seem to shimmer and shift, almost like they were alive. I've never been able to reproduce them accurately, but they are burned into my memory. One of the strangest things about the whole experience was the physical effects. That humming vibration I felt wasn't just in the air. It was like it penetrated right into my body. For days afterwards, I felt off. Dizzy spells, headaches, a weird metallic taste in my mouth. The doctors couldn't find anything wrong with me, but I know it was connected to my encounter. I've tried to move on with my life, to put that night behind me. But it's always there, lurking in the back of my mind. Every time I look up at the stars, I wonder what else is out there. And I can't shake the feeling that someday they'll be back. I know how crazy all this sounds. Believe me, if I hadn't experienced it myself, I'd be skeptical too. But I swear on everything I hold dear that this is the truth. Something extraordinary happened in Rendlesham Forest that night. Something that challenges everything we think we know about the universe and our place in it. I don't know if we'll ever get the full truth about what happened. Too many powerful people seem invested in keeping it quiet. But I feel like I have a responsibility to share my story, even if most people won't believe it, because if what I saw was real, and I'm certain it was, then it has profound implications for all of humanity. So that's my story. Make of it what you will. But I'll never forget that night in Rendlesham Forest and the impossible thing I saw there. It changed me forever, and I have a feeling that someday it might change the world. We had set up camp earlier that afternoon in a secluded spot deep in the mountains. It was early October, and there was a crisp chill in the air as the sun began to set. After getting the tent pitched and gathering firewood, we sat around the campfire roasting hot dogs and marshmallows. Dad was telling us one of his crazy stories from his college days. Jake was rolling his eyes at the corniness of it all, and I was just soaking in the peacefulness of being out in nature. As darkness fell, we decided to do some stargazing before turning in for the night. The skies out there are so clear, away from all the light pollution of the city. We spread out a blanket on a grassy patch near our campsite and laid back to take in the spectacular view. The Milky Way stretched across the sky in a brilliant band, and we could see countless stars twinkling above us. We had been out there for maybe 20 minutes, pointing out constellations and spotting the occasional satellite moving steadily across the sky. That's when I first noticed it, a pinpoint of light that at first I assumed was just another satellite. But as I watched it, something seemed off. "Hey guys, check that out," I said, pointing to the light. "Is it just me, or is that moving kinda weird?" Dad and Jake both turned their attention to where I was pointing. The light was definitely not moving in the smooth, predictable arc of a satellite. It seemed to be zigzagging slightly as it traveled, making small but noticeable changes in direction. "What the hell?" Jake muttered. "That's not normal." As we watched, transfixed, the movements became even more pronounced. The light would travel in one direction for a few seconds, then abruptly change course at impossible angles. It was like nothing I'd ever seen before. "It's got to be some kind of drone or something," Dad said, but he didn't sound convinced. The object continued its bizarre dance across the sky for another minute or so. Then, without warning, it came to a complete stop directly over one of the nearby mountain peaks. We all held our breath, waiting to see what would happen next. The light just hovered there, completely motionless. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. An eerie silence had fallen over the forest. Even the crickets and night birds had gone quiet. "Should we try to get a picture?" Jake whispered, not taking his eyes off the light. Before anyone could answer, the object began to change. The pinpoint of light started to grow larger, as if it was descending or getting closer to us. But it wasn't just increasing in size, the shape was morphing too. What had been a tiny dot was now more of an orb, glowing with an intense white light. I felt a chill run through me that had nothing to do with the cool night air. This was so far beyond anything I could rationalize or explain away. Part of me wanted to run and hide in the tent, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the sight. The glowing orb hovered over the mountain peak for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few minutes. Then, ever so slowly, it began to fade. The light dimmed gradually until it was barely visible, then winked out completely. We sat there in stunned silence for several long moments after it disappeared. I half expected it to suddenly reappear, but the sky remained dark and still. Finally, Dad cleared his throat. "Well, that was something, wasn't it?" His voice sounded shakier than I'd ever heard it. Jake and I just nodded mutely. I was still trying to process what I'd seen, to make it fit into my understanding of how the world worked. But nothing about it made sense. We stayed out there for another hour or so, scanning the sky for any sign of the object returning. But the night remained quiet and uneventful. Eventually, we retreated to the warmth of the campfire to discuss what we'd witnessed. "It had to be some kind of experimental aircraft, right?" Jake said. "Like maybe the military testing some new drone technology or something?" Dad shook his head slowly. "I don't know, son. I've seen a lot of aircraft in my day, and nothing moves like that. The acceleration, the sudden stops and direction changes, it's just not possible with any technology I know of." I had been quietly mulling it over, and finally spoke up. What if it wasn't from Earth at all?" They both turned to look at me. I half expected them to laugh it off, but their expressions were dead serious. "I mean, I know how crazy that sounds," I continued. "But what we saw tonight, that wasn't normal. That wasn't anything humans could build. So what other explanation is there?" We stayed up late into the night, debating possibilities and sharing our impressions of what we'd seen. None of us wanted to say the words alien or UFO out loud, but I think we were all thinking it. Sleep was hard to come by that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that eerie light performing impossible maneuvers across the sky. I kept expecting to hear some strange noise outside the tent, to unzip the flap and find ourselves face to face with something. But the night passed without further incident. The next morning, we packed up camp in relative silence. The events of the previous night hung over us like a fog. As we hiked back to the trailhead, we all kept glancing up at the sky, as if expecting the object to reappear in broad daylight. On the drive home, we made a pact not to tell anyone else about what we'd seen. Who would believe us anyway? We'd sound like crazy conspiracy theorists. But we all knew what we saw was real. In the weeks and months that followed, I became a bit obsessed with researching UFO sightings and unexplained aerial phenomena. I scoured the internet for any reports of similar incidents in the Ozarks region. While I found a few vague accounts of strange lights in the sky, nothing quite matched our experience. I also dove into scientific explanations for what we might have seen: weather balloons, meteor showers, ball lightning. But none of the rational explanations fit. The movements were too precise, too controlled to be a natural phenomenon. And the way it just hovered and then faded out, that was beyond anything in nature. It's been years now since that night, and I still think about it all the time. Was it really some kind of extraterrestrial craft? Or is there a logical explanation that we just haven't figured out yet? I don't know if I'll ever have answers. But I do know that what we saw that night in the mountains was real, and it fundamentally changed how I view the world and our place in the universe. Sometimes when I'm out at night, I find myself scanning the sky, hoping to catch another glimpse of something extraordinary. So far, I haven't seen anything like it again, but I'll never stop looking up, wondering what other mysteries might be out there, just waiting to be discovered. I'll never forget that morning when I was 4 years old. It's etched into my memory with such vivid clarity that even now, decades later, I can close my eyes and see it all again, as if it just happened yesterday. I woke up suddenly, feeling wide awake in that way you sometimes do as a kid, like your body just decided, okay, sleep time is over, and flipped a switch in your brain. The first thing I noticed was how quiet everything was. Our house was usually full of noise, my mom clattering around in the kitchen, the TV blaring cartoons, my sister's music thumping from her room. But that morning, there was just silence. I sat up in bed, rubbing my eyes, and looked out my bedroom window. We lived in a small town nestled in the mountains, and my window had a perfect view of the steep, forested slope behind our house. As my eyes adjusted to the early morning light, that's when I saw it. At first, I thought I was seeing things. A massive shape was moving up the mountainside, weaving between the trees. It was huge, way bigger than a bear or any animal I'd ever seen before. And it was purple, a deep, shimmering violet color that seemed to ripple as the creature moved. I pressed my face against the window, my breath fogging up the glass. The thing was covered in scales, like a giant lizard, but it wasn't crawling. It was undulating, its long body twisting sinuously as it navigated the steep terrain with surprising grace for something so large. My heart was pounding in my chest. I knew exactly what I was looking at, even though my brain was screaming that it was impossible. It was a dragon, a real, live dragon, right there in front of me. I watched, completely transfixed, as it made its way up the mountain. It moved fast, much quicker than you'd expect for a creature that size. Within minutes, it had disappeared over the crest of the hill, leaving nothing but swaying tree branches in its wake. The moment it vanished from sight, I leapt out of bed and ran to my parents' room, shouting at the top of my lungs, "Mom! Dad! There's a dragon outside! I saw a dragon!" My dad was already gone for work, but my mom was still in bed. She groaned and pulled the pillow over her head. "Honey, it's too early for games. Go back to sleep." "But Mom, I'm serious," I insisted, tugging at her arm. "There really was a dragon. It was huge and purple and scaly, and it was climbing up the mountain." She sighed and sat up, giving me that look parents give when they're trying to be patient, but are really just exhausted. "Sweetie, you were dreaming. Dragons aren't real. You probably saw a deer or something and your imagination ran wild." "No!" I stomped my foot, feeling frustrated tears welling up in my eyes. "It wasn't a dream. I was awake. I saw it with my own eyes." But no matter how much I protested, my mom wouldn't believe me. She just kept insisting I must have been dreaming or imagining things. Eventually she got up and made me breakfast, probably hoping some Fruit Loops would distract me from my dragon obsession. But I couldn't let it go. All day I kept replaying the scene in my mind. I knew what I'd seen. It was too vivid, too detailed to be a dream. I could still see the way the morning light glinted off those violet scales, still hear the faint rustling of branches as the massive creature passed. I begged my mom to take me up the mountain to look for tracks or other evidence, but she refused. She was clearly getting annoyed with my insistence that I'd seen a mythical creature in our backyard. As the day wore on, doubt started to creep in. Had I really seen what I thought I saw? Was it possible I'd dreamed it all? But every time I started to question myself, the crystal-clear memory would resurface. The silence of the morning, the cool glass against my forehead, the way my breath caught in my throat when I first spotted that sinuous purple form. I spent the rest of the day drawing picture after picture of what I'd seen, trying to capture every detail before it faded from my mind. My mom humored me at first, but as the pile of crayon dragons grew, I could see the concern in her eyes. That night, I begged to sleep in my parents' room. I was torn between excitement and fear. What if the dragon came back? What if it tried to eat me? What if I missed seeing it again? My mom reluctantly agreed, probably hoping a night away from my own room would put an end to my fantasy. I barely slept that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those shimmering purple scales. Every noise outside made me sit bolt upright, sure the dragon had returned. But morning came, and there was no sign of my mysterious visitor. Days passed, then weeks. I never saw the dragon again, but I never forgot that morning either. As I grew older, I started to doubt myself more and more. Maybe it really had been a dream. Maybe I'd seen a large bird and my 4-year-old imagination had turned it into something magical. But even now, all these years later, there's a part of me that still believes. The memory is too sharp, too real to dismiss entirely. I've never been able to pinpoint the exact moment I woke up that morning. It's like 1 second I was asleep, and the next I was staring at a dragon. There's no fuzzy transition, no dreamlike quality to the memory. I've spent countless hours researching cryptozoology and folklore, hoping to find some explanation for what I saw. I've hiked that mountainside more times than I can count, searching for any hint of evidence. But I've never found anything conclusive. Sometimes, on quiet mornings when the mist hangs low over the mountains, I find myself staring out the window, half expecting to see that flash of purple scales again. It never comes, of course. But the memory of that day has never faded. I don't talk about it much anymore. People tend to give you weird looks when you insist you saw a dragon as a kid. But I know what I saw. And sometimes, when the world feels too mundane and predictable, I close my eyes and let myself believe, just for a moment, in the magic of that purple dragon on the mountainside. I've often wondered why it was there that day. Where did it come from? Where was it going? Why have I never seen it again? These questions haunt me, but I've come to accept that I'll probably never have the answers. There are times when I almost convince myself it was all in my head. But then I'll catch a glimpse of something, a particular shade of purple, the way light reflects off a car's metallic paint, the sinuous movement of a snake. And suddenly, I'm 4 years old again, pressing my face against that cool glass, watching in awe as the impossible becomes real. I've never been able to shake the feeling that I witnessed something truly extraordinary that day, something that defies explanation and challenges everything we think we know about the world. It's a memory that shaped my entire life, influencing my interests, my beliefs, even my career choices. Maybe someday I'll find proof. Maybe I'll meet someone else who's seen something similar. Or maybe I'll go to my grave still questioning whether that purple dragon was real or just the vivid imagination of a child. But regardless of the truth, that memory, real or not, has added a touch of magic to my life that I wouldn't trade for anything. So I keep watching the mountains, keep searching for answers, and I hold on to that childlike sense of wonder, that belief that the world is full of mysteries waiting to be discovered. Because once you've seen a dragon, even if just for a moment, how can you ever look at the world the same way again? The neighborhood was quiet. Most people probably inside watching TV or getting ready for bed. Streetlights cast an orange glow over the rows of identical houses. Nothing out of the ordinary. We were heading down Maple Street when it happened. At first I thought I was seeing things, a faint green glow coming up from the asphalt about 50 feet ahead of us. I blinked hard, assuming my eyes were playing tricks on me. But then Jake slammed on the brakes, and I knew the others had seen it too. "What the hell is that?" Chris said from the back seat, leaning forward for a better look. We all watched in stunned silence as the glow intensified, coalescing into a perfect sphere about the size of a basketball. It hovered there, pulsing slightly, casting an eerie green light over the street. "Should we get out and check it out?" Mike asked nervously. Before anyone could answer, the sphere began to rise slowly off the ground. When it reached about 4 feet high, it suddenly expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it went from basketball-sized to as big as a car. The light was blinding now, filling the entire street with an otherworldly green radiance. I felt a chill run down my spine. This couldn't be real. Some part of my brain was desperately searching for a rational explanation, but coming up empty. I glanced at the others. They all had the same wide-eyed, slack-jawed expressions of disbelief. Just as suddenly as it appeared, the sphere vanished. 1 second it was there, lighting up the whole block, and the next, nothing. Complete darkness except for the dim glow of the streetlights. For a long moment, nobody said anything. We just sat there, hearts racing, trying to process what we'd witnessed. Finally, Jake broke the silence. "Please tell me you guys all saw that too," he said shakily. We all nodded, still too stunned to speak. I felt a mix of relief that I wasn't hallucinating and renewed terror at the implications. This was real. We'd all seen the same impossible thing. What? What was it? Amy whispered from beside me. I have no idea, I replied. But we need to report this or something, right? Call the police, maybe? Chris shook his head. And tell them what? That we saw a giant green ball of light appear out of nowhere? They'll think we're high or crazy. He had a point. Even though there were 5 of us to corroborate the story, it sounded insane. Who would believe us? Jake put the van in drive and we continued down the street, all of us scanning the area for any sign of the sphere. But there was nothing. No scorch marks on the road, no lingering glow, not a single indication that anything out of the ordinary had occurred. Maybe it was ball lightning, Mike suggested as we turned onto the main road. I've heard that can do weird stuff sometimes. I'd considered that too, grasping for any kind of scientific explanation. But everything I knew about ball lightning, which admittedly wasn't much, said it was extremely rare and typically only lasted a few seconds. What we saw was far too large, too bright, and too controlled in its movements to be a natural phenomenon. We spent the next few hours driving around, revisiting the site multiple times, and endlessly speculating about what we'd witnessed. Aliens? Some kind of government experiment? A glitch in the matrix? None of the theories felt satisfying. Eventually, we went our separate ways, agreeing to meet up the next day to discuss it further. I barely slept that night, replaying the event over and over in my mind. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that pulsing green sphere. The next morning, I scoured the internet for any similar reports or explanations. I found a few accounts of strange lights in the sky, but nothing that matched what we'd seen. I also checked the local news, half expecting to see a story about a bizarre incident in the suburbs. But there was nothing. When we regrouped later, it quickly became clear that none of us had changed our stories overnight. We all remembered the same details: the basketball-sized sphere rising from the street, expanding to car size, the intense green light. We'd even all noticed the same pulsing effect. We should go public with this, Amy said. Post about it online, contact UFO researchers, something. People need to know what's out there. But Chris and Mike were hesitant. What if it was some kind of classified military tech, Mike pointed out. We could get in trouble for talking about it. In the end, we decided to keep it to ourselves, at least for the time being. We made a pact to reconvene if any of us experienced anything similar or uncovered new information. That was 3 months ago, and I still think about it constantly. I've become obsessed with researching unexplained phenomena, but nothing quite matches what we saw. I've had trouble sleeping, constantly replaying that night in my mind and searching for some detail I might have missed. The thing that haunts me most is how it just appeared and disappeared without a trace. No sound, no physical evidence left behind. If it weren't for the 4 other witnesses, I might have convinced myself it was all a vivid dream or hallucination. I find myself avoiding that street now when I'm driving around town. Part of me is afraid of seeing it again, while another part desperately wants another glimpse, some confirmation that I'm not losing my mind. I know we should probably report it to someone, but who? The police? Scientists? The military? And would they even believe us? The rational part of my brain says there must be some logical explanation, but deep down, I know what I saw that night defied all rational explanation. Sometimes when I'm lying in bed at night, I swear I can see a faint green glow out of the corner of my eye. But when I turn to look, it's gone, just like that night, leaving me to wonder if it was ever really there at all. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened that night, but I do know that it changed me. I used to think I had a good grasp on how the world worked, on what was and wasn't possible. Now I'm not so sure. If something like that can just appear out of nowhere on a quiet suburban street, what else might be out there that we don't understand? I've tried to go back to my normal life, to forget about it and move on, but I can't shake the feeling that what we witnessed was just the tip of the iceberg, that there are things happening all around us that defy explanation, hidden just beyond the edge of our perception. Sometimes I find myself staring up at the night sky, searching for any hint of that otherworldly green glow. I'm not sure if I'm hoping to see it again or praying that I don't. All I know is that my world feels a lot bigger and a lot stranger than it did before that night. If you're reading this and you've seen something similar, please reach out. I need to know we're not alone in this. And if you haven't, keep your eyes open. You never know when the impossible might suddenly become very, very real. We arrived at our usual spot late Friday afternoon and set up camp. As night fell, we got a fire going and cracked open a couple beers. The sky was incredibly clear. You could see every star twinkling above the treetops. Mike and I were just shooting the breeze, talking about work drama and sports, when I noticed something strange out of the corner of my eye. At first I thought it was just a normal shooting star. I pointed it out to Mike, expecting it to streak across the sky and disappear in a second like they always do. But this one was different. It was moving much slower than any meteor I'd ever seen before. We both watched, transfixed, as it crawled across the night sky. And then the unthinkable happened. It stopped, dead still, right in the middle of the sky. "Did you see that?" I asked Mike, not quite believing my eyes. "Yeah," he replied slowly. "What the hell?" We stared at the motionless light for what felt like an eternity, though it was probably only 30 seconds or so. I kept waiting for it to start moving again, convincing myself it must have been some kind of optical illusion. But it just hung there, unnaturally still against the backdrop of twinkling stars. Just as I was about to say something to Mike, the light suddenly began to tremble. It started as a slight vibration, barely perceptible, but within seconds it was shaking violently, like a pot of water at a full boil. The movements were so rapid and erratic that the light seemed to blur and distort. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. An overwhelming sense of wrongness washed over me. Whatever we were looking at, it wasn't natural. It wasn't supposed to be there. "We need to go," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. But before I could even finish the sentence, the light shot straight up into the sky at an impossible speed. 1 second it was there, the next it had vanished completely. Mike and I sat in stunned silence for several long moments, neither of us able to process what we'd just witnessed. Finally, Mike spoke up. "Tell me you saw that too," he said, his voice shaky. I nodded slowly. Yeah, I saw it." We spent the next few hours trying to rationalize what we'd seen. Maybe it was a drone, some kind of military aircraft, a weird atmospheric phenomenon. But deep down, we both knew that none of those explanations fit. Whatever it was, it had moved in ways that defied the laws of physics as we understood them. Sleep was out of the question that night. We kept the fire going until dawn, jumping at every snapping twig or rustling leaf. When the sun finally rose, we packed up camp in record time and got the hell out of there. The drive home was tense and mostly silent. I could tell Mike was wrestling with the same questions that were running through my mind. How do you make sense of something so completely outside the realm of normal experience? In the days and weeks that followed, I became obsessed with finding an explanation. I scoured the internet for similar sightings, read countless articles on astronomy and atmospheric phenomena, even reached out to a local UFO enthusiast group, though I felt ridiculous doing so. But nothing I found could adequately explain what we'd seen that night. Mike and I talked about it a few times in the following months, but eventually we stopped bringing it up. I think we both realized that we'd never get a satisfactory answer, and dwelling on it was only making us anxious and paranoid. But even now, years later, I can't shake the memory of that night. Sometimes when I'm outside after dark, I find myself scanning the sky, half expecting to see that impossible light again. The rational part of my brain tells me it was probably just some weird, once-in-a-lifetime natural phenomenon. But there's another part of me, a part I try to ignore, that whispers something else. We weren't alone that night, and whatever was up there was watching us. I've never been able to look at the night sky the same way since. Every pinprick of light holds the potential for mystery, for the unexplainable. And sometimes, late at night when the world is quiet, I find myself wondering, if there really is something out there, will it ever come back? The experience has left me with a profound sense of unease about the universe we live in. We like to think we understand how things work, that science can explain everything if we just look hard enough. But what if there are things out there that operate beyond our comprehension? Forces or beings that can manipulate reality in ways we can't even begin to fathom. I've tried to put it behind me, to chalk it up to a weird anomaly and move on with my life. But the truth is, it's changed me fundamentally. I'm more cautious now, more aware of the vast unknown that surrounds us. Every time I hear about an unexplained phenomenon or a mysterious sighting, I can't help but wonder if it's connected to what Mike and I saw that night. I've never shared this story publicly before. Part of me is afraid of being labeled a crackpot or conspiracy theorist. But I know what I saw, and I know it was real. Sometimes I think about reaching out to astronomers or scientists, but what could I really tell them? I have no proof, no evidence beyond my own fallible memory. So I carry this experience with me, a secret knowledge that the world is stranger and more mysterious than most people realize. It's both terrifying and oddly comforting. Terrifying because it means we're not as in control as we'd like to believe, but comforting because it means there's still wonder and mystery left in the universe. I still go camping occasionally, though never back to that specific spot in Blackwood Forest. And I always find myself watching the sky a little more closely, wondering if I'll ever see anything like that again. Part of me hopes I do. It was a warm summer evening in our quiet suburban neighborhood. I was lying in bed, unable to sleep due to the heat. My window was open, hoping to catch any hint of a breeze. As I tossed and turned in the top bunk, I suddenly noticed an eerie silence descend over the neighborhood. The usual sounds of crickets chirping and distant traffic just stopped. That's when I saw it through my window, a massive triangular shape hovering silently in the sky, maybe 30 feet above the ground. It was enormous, blocking out the stars, and seemed to be made of some dark metallic material. There were no lights on it that I could see. It was just floating there, utterly silent and still. I froze in terror, unable to move or cry out. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I wanted to run and hide under the covers, but I was paralyzed with fear. Suddenly, an intensely bright beam of light shot down from the underside of the craft, illuminating my entire room. It was blindingly white and seemed to penetrate right through me. I squeezed my eyes shut, but I could still see the light through my eyelids. When I managed to open my eyes again, I saw that everything outside my window seemed frozen in place. There were a couple cars stopped in the street, but their headlights weren't moving. It was like time itself had stopped. I don't know how long I lay there, rigid with fear, staring at this impossible sight. It felt like hours, but was probably only a few minutes. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, the light switched off. I blinked, trying to adjust to the darkness. When my vision cleared, the triangular craft was gone without a trace. Slowly, sound returned to the world outside, crickets chirping, a dog barking in the distance. I was shaking uncontrollably, my pajamas soaked with sweat. I wanted to run to my parents' room, but I was terrified to move. What if the thing came back? I must have fallen asleep at some point from sheer exhaustion. The next thing I knew, I was waking up in the morning, in the bottom bunk. I never slept in the bottom bunk. I always slept on top. But here I was, in my brother's bed. He was away at summer camp, so the bottom bunk was empty. But I had no memory of climbing down in the night. I ran to tell my parents what happened, but they just assumed I had a vivid nightmare. They couldn't explain why I was in the wrong bed, but didn't seem too concerned. I tried to convince them it was real, but they just patted my head and told me to forget about it. But I couldn't forget. I became obsessed with UFOs and aliens after that night. I drew picture after picture of the triangular craft, trying to capture every detail before the memory faded. My mom kept one of the drawings, saying it was very creative. As the years passed, I started to doubt my own memory. Maybe it really was just a dream, I told myself, a product of an overactive childhood imagination. But deep down, I knew what I saw was real. It wasn't until I was in college that I stumbled across a documentary about UFO sightings. My blood ran cold when they showed an illustration of a black triangle craft that people had reported seeing. It was identical to what I saw that night. I called my mom immediately, my hands shaking as I dialed. "Mom, do you still have that drawing I made when I was a kid, the spaceship one?" She did. She texted me a photo of it, and I nearly dropped my phone. There it was, the exact same triangular shape I'd just seen in the documentary. My crude childhood drawing captured it perfectly. "I remember when you drew this," my mom said. "You were so insistent it was real. You had nightmares for weeks." I felt a chill run down my spine. It wasn't a dream. It really happened. That night changed me forever. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, always scanning the sky for any hint of that silent triangular shape. I developed insomnia, terrified of what might happen if I fell asleep. Even now, as an adult, I can't sleep with the curtains open. The fear of seeing that craft again, of being paralyzed by that penetrating light, never fully goes away. I've tried to rationalize it over the years. Maybe it was some kind of experimental military aircraft. Maybe I was hallucinating from a high fever, though I wasn't sick at the time. But none of the explanations quite fit. The strangest part is that nothing like it ever happened again. No more sightings, no missing time, no unexplained experiences. It was just that one night, that one incredible, terrifying encounter. And then, nothing. I've read countless accounts from other people who've seen similar craft. Some report being taken aboard, subjected to medical experiments. Others describe lost time, waking up miles from where they were with no memory of how they got there. Part of me is relieved that didn't happen to me, but another part wonders, did something happen that I just can't remember? That bottom bunk still bothers me. How did I get there? Did I climb down in a daze after the encounter, or did something move me? There are gaps in my memory from that night that I've never been able to fill. I've thought about undergoing hypnosis to see if I can recover any lost memories, but I'm scared of what I might uncover. Maybe it's better not to know. Sometimes I wonder if anyone else in the neighborhood saw it that night. Did they see the frozen cars, experience that overwhelming silence? Or was I somehow singled out? And if so, why me? I've never publicly shared this story before. I'm afraid people will think I'm crazy or attention-seeking. But I know what I saw. That craft was as real as the keyboard I'm typing on right now. To this day, I can't look at the night sky without a mixture of wonder and fear. What's really out there? Are we alone in the universe, or are we being watched, studied, visited by beings beyond our comprehension? I don't have any answers. All I have is the memory of that night, the silent triangle, the paralyzing light, the frozen world outside my window. It may have only lasted a few minutes, but it changed the course of my entire life. Sometimes I wish I could go back to before that night, to when the sky was just a beautiful backdrop of stars, not a source of constant unease. But I can't unsee what I saw. I can't unknow what I know. All I can do is share my story and hope that maybe, somewhere out there, someone else had a similar experience. Someone else who understands the fear, the doubt, the lifelong search for answers. If you're out there, know that you're not alone. And if you ever see a silent triangle floating in the night sky, don't look directly at it. Close your eyes, hide under the covers, and pray it passes you by. Because once you've seen it, you can never go back to the way things were before. The world will never look quite the same again. Still can't believe what happened to my buddy Jake last weekend. We've been friends since high school, and he's always been the outdoorsy type, hiking, camping, you name it. So when he told me he was going for a solo hike on Saturday afternoon at Whispering Pines Trail, I didn't think much of it. It's a popular spot around here, well-marked and pretty easy terrain. Jake said he'd be back by dinner time, but he never came home that night. I started getting worried texts from his girlfriend around 8 p.m. She hadn't heard from him all day, which was weird because Jake always checks in. I tried calling and texting too, but it went straight to voicemail. We figured his phone must have died, but as the hours ticked by, a sinking feeling grew in my stomach. By midnight, we knew something was really wrong. Jake's car was still in the trailhead parking lot, but there was no sign of him anywhere. His girlfriend called the police and they sent out search teams first thing Sunday morning. I joined in, combing the trails and yelling his name until my voice was hoarse. The whole time, horrible scenarios kept flashing through my mind. What if he'd fallen and gotten hurt? Or worse? Hour after hour went by with no trace of Jake. The search expanded further into the surrounding forest. Helicopters buzzed overhead, but it was like he'd just vanished into thin air. Then, around 1 p.m. on Sunday, a full 25 hours after Jake had set out, we got the call. They'd found him, alive. But that's when things got really weird. Jake was discovered by a police officer over 7 miles from where he'd started hiking. He was lying face down in a clearing, completely unconscious. At first they thought he was dead, but then he started to stir. When I got to the hospital, Jake looked awful, dehydrated, exhausted, confused. But miraculously, he didn't have a scratch on him. No cuts, no bruises, nothing to show for 25 hours lost in the woods. The doctors were baffled. Even stranger was Jake's story, or lack thereof. He said the last thing he remembered was starting his hike around noon on Saturday. Then, nothing. Complete blackness until he woke up with the officer standing over him on Sunday afternoon. 13 hours, gone. Poof. Dude, it doesn't make any sense, Jake kept saying, his eyes wide and scared. How the hell did I end up 7 miles away? How did I not get hurt? I don't remember anything. I tried to reassure him, but honestly, I was freaked out too. How does someone just lose 13 hours like that? The doctors ran all kinds of tests, but everything came back normal. No signs of head trauma, no drugs in his system. Physically, Jake was fine, just severely dehydrated and exhausted. The police were stumped too. They searched the area where Jake was found, but there were no clues. No footprints leading to the clearing, no torn clothing, nothing to indicate how he got there. It was like he'd just materialized out of nowhere. In the days since, we've all been racking our brains trying to make sense of it. Jake's been seeing a therapist, hoping to unlock some buried memory of what happened, but so far, nothing. That 13-hour gap is just blank. The weirdest part to me is how Jake managed to travel 7 miles through dense forest without getting hurt. There are fallen trees, thorny bushes, steep drops. How did he navigate all that while supposedly unconscious? It's like his body was on autopilot, carefully picking its way through obstacles. And why did he suddenly collapse in that specific clearing? Was he running from something? Following something? The questions keep piling up with no answers in sight. Jake's been having nightmares ever since. He wakes up in a cold sweat, heart pounding, but can never remember what he was dreaming about. Sometimes he says he feels like he's being watched, even when he's alone. It's really messing with his head. I've been staying over at his place a lot, just to keep him company. We've always been close, but now our friendship feels different, like we're bonded by this inexplicable, slightly terrifying mystery. Last night, we were up late talking about it again. Jake suddenly got real quiet and said, What if it wasn't just 13 hours? What if I was gone way longer, and whatever took me just put me back? I didn't know how to respond to that. The idea makes my skin crawl. But the more I think about it, the more it almost makes sense. It would explain why Jake wasn't more injured or dehydrated after 25 hours in the woods. But if that's true, where was he? And what happened during that lost time? We've been poring over local folklore, looking for any similar stories. There are some old legends about people disappearing in those woods, but nothing concrete. Some talk about UFOs, others about portals to other dimensions. It all sounds crazy, but then again, so does Jake's experience. I've gone back to that trail a few times, trying to retrace Jake's steps, but it's impossible. We don't even know what route he took. The forest feels different now, though, more menacing somehow. Every snapping twig makes me jump. I can't shake the feeling that something's watching me from just beyond the tree line. Jake says he's never going back there, and I don't blame him. But part of me wonders if the key to solving this mystery is hidden somewhere in those woods. Maybe if we could find that clearing where he was discovered. But then I think, do we really want to know? What if the truth is something we can't handle? What if it puts us in danger? For now, we're left with more questions than answers. Jake's trying to move on with his life, but I can tell this experience has changed him. He's jumpier, more paranoid. Sometimes I catch him staring off into space with this haunted look in his eyes. I don't know if we'll ever find out what really happened that day. Maybe it's better if we don't. But I do know one thing. I'm never going hiking alone again. And if you're reading this, maybe you shouldn't either. Because sometimes the woods don't give back what they take. The village was tiny, nestled high in the mountains with only a handful of families living there. The locals told us we could stay in the old abandoned factory on the outskirts of town. It was a massive, crumbling concrete structure that had been shut down decades ago. The place gave me the creeps from the moment I saw it, but we didn't have many options for accommodations. That first night was rough. The factory was freezing cold, with gaps in the walls letting in icy mountain air. We huddled in our sleeping bags in one of the large empty rooms, trying to get some rest. I tossed and turned all night, unable to get comfortable on the hard concrete floor. The second night is when things got really strange. I was lying awake, shivering and staring at the ceiling, when I noticed a faint glow on the wall. At first I thought it was just moonlight coming through a window, but as I watched, I realized the light was moving. My eyes adjusted to the darkness, and I could make out distinct shapes, perfect squares of soft white light slowly rotating across the walls and ceiling. I blinked hard, convinced I must be hallucinating from lack of sleep. But when I opened my eyes, the squares were still there. I counted 9 of them, each about the size of a playing card, gliding smoothly around the room in formation. They moved in perfect synchronization, maintaining their square shape as they rotated. My heart started racing as I watched the ethereal dance of lights. This wasn't something I could explain away. I wanted to wake the others, but found myself paralyzed with a mixture of fear and awe. The squares continued their circuit of the room for what felt like hours. Eventually, I must have drifted off to sleep, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. As soon as I woke up, I asked the rest of the group if they had seen anything strange during the night. To my shock, every single person said they had witnessed moving lights on the walls, but their descriptions varied wildly. My friend Mike swore he only saw 4 squares. Jessica described seeing a horizontal line of light that pulsed and changed colors. Others reported seeing triangles, circles, or amorphous blobs of light. We spent the morning comparing notes, trying to make sense of what we had all experienced. How could we have seen such different things in the same room? The whole group was unsettled and on edge. We decided to ask some of the villagers if they knew anything about strange occurrences in the old factory. The responses we got only deepened the mystery. Many of the older villagers nodded knowingly when we described the lights, but they were reluctant to say much. One elderly woman told us that the lights had been appearing in that building for generations. She said they were harmless spirits, nothing to be afraid of. But the fear in her eyes made me doubt her reassurances. Another villager warned us not to speak of the lights to anyone else. He said outsiders who asked too many questions about them tended to disappear. That sent a chill down my spine. What had we gotten ourselves into? We debated what to do next. Some of the group wanted to leave immediately and forget the whole thing. Others were fascinated and wanted to stay another night to try to document the phenomenon. In the end, we compromised and agreed to stay one more night, but to sleep in a different room of the factory. That third night, the tension in the group was palpable. We set up our sleeping bags in a smaller side room, huddling close together for comfort. I don't think any of us really slept. We lay awake for hours, eyes darting around the room, jumping at every little sound or shadow. But the lights never appeared. The night passed uneventfully. As dawn broke, we packed up our things in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. The relief of leaving that place was overwhelming. In the months since, I've obsessed over what happened in that factory. I've researched similar phenomena, looked into the history of the area, even tried to go back and investigate further. But I've found no real answers, just more questions. The locals refuse to discuss it now. When I called to ask more questions, they pretended not to know what I was talking about. It's like the whole village has conspired to keep it a secret. My memories of that night remain vivid, but also confusing. Sometimes I wonder if it was all just an elaborate shared hallucination brought on by altitude sickness or something in the local water. But deep down, I know what I saw was real. Those 9 glowing squares haunt my dreams. I see them rotating on my bedroom walls in the middle of the night. Sometimes I wake up in a cold sweat, convinced they're hovering over my bed. The logical part of my brain says it's just PTSD or an overactive imagination. But another part of me wonders, what if they followed me home? I've tried to move on with my life, to forget about the whole thing, but I can't shake the feeling that I glimpsed something that night that I wasn't supposed to see. Something beyond our normal reality. And now that I've seen it, I can never unsee it. I still have so many unanswered questions. What were those lights? Why did we all see them differently? Are they still appearing in that abandoned factory? And most chilling of all, what happens to the people who dig too deep trying to uncover the truth? I don't know if I'll ever find answers. Part of me doesn't want to know. But I can't deny that my experience in that mountain village changed me forever. I no longer see the world the same way. I'm always watching the shadows now, half expecting to see those eerie squares of light emerge from the darkness. If you ever find yourself in a remote village high in the mountains and the locals offer to let you stay in an abandoned building, my advice is to politely decline. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. Some doors are better left unopened. I opened one of those doors, and now I can never close it again. The memory of those lights will stay with me forever. 9 perfect squares, rotating in silent synchronicity. Beautiful and terrifying. Impossible, yet undeniably real. A glimpse into something beyond our understanding. I only hope that by sharing my story, I can warn others to be careful, to think twice before venturing into old, abandoned places. Because you never know what ancient forces you might awaken, what truths you might uncover that can never be unknown. So if you're reading this and find my story hard to believe, I understand. I wouldn't have believed it myself if I hadn't lived it. But I swear every word is true. Those lights were real, and they're still out there, spinning their hypnotic dance in the darkness, waiting for the next unsuspecting visitor to witness their impossible existence, waiting to pull back the curtain on a reality we were never meant to see. It was about 2 years ago. I was working as a caregiver at a small assisted living facility out in the countryside, surrounded by cornfields and not much else. The night shift could get pretty boring, so my coworker Jake and I would often step outside for fresh air and to look at the stars. That particular night was crystal clear, with a bright moon and countless stars twinkling above. Jake and I were chatting idly, enjoying the cool night air, when something caught my eye. At first I thought it was just an unusual constellation, but as I focused on it, I realized with a jolt that the lights were moving. "Jake, do you see that?" I whispered, pointing up at the sky. He squinted for a moment before his eyes widened. "What the hell?" There were 3 bright white lights arranged in a triangular formation, slowly drifting across the sky. As we watched, transfixed, they seemed to be getting larger. No, closer. My heart started racing as I realized this was no normal aircraft. The lights continued their descent until they were directly overhead, probably no more than 100 feet above us. Now we could see that they formed the corners of a massive, dark, triangular object. It was hard to make out the exact shape in the darkness, but it looked almost like a flattened pyramid. Jake and I stood frozen, barely breathing as we stared up at this impossible thing hovering silently above us. It was enormous, easily the size of a football field. The white lights at each corner pulsed gently, casting an eerie glow. Suddenly, a sound started emanating from the craft. It's hard to describe. It was like a low humming vibration, but also a high-pitched whine at the same time. The dual tones seemed to resonate in my skull, making me feel dizzy and disoriented. I fumbled for my phone, desperate to record what was happening. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hit the camera button. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Jake doing the same thing. The strange sound continued to build in intensity. I felt the hairs on my arms stand up like there was electricity in the air. My skin was tingling all over. I wanted to run, to hide, but I was rooted to the spot. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few minutes, the craft began to move. It rotated slowly, the points of light spinning in a mesmerizing dance. Then, without warning, it shot straight up into the sky at an impossible speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Jake and I stood there in stunned silence for several long moments. Finally, he turned to me with a shell-shocked expression. Did that really just happen? I nodded mutely, still staring at the empty sky where the craft had been. My mind was reeling, unable to process what we'd just witnessed. We spent the rest of our shift in a daze, jumping at every little sound. As soon as I got home, I tried to pull up the video I'd taken. To my dismay, there was nothing there, just a black screen. I called Jake in a panic, and he reported the same thing. Somehow, the craft had interfered with our phones. The only evidence we had was our memories. In the days that followed, I scoured the internet for any reports of similar sightings in the area. But there was nothing. Jake and I debated whether to report it, but who would believe us without proof? We agreed to keep it to ourselves, but I haven't been able to forget that night. I find myself constantly scanning the sky now, especially after dark. Every unexplained light makes my heart race. I've become obsessed with UFO reports and government conspiracies. Sometimes I wonder if I'm going crazy. Did we really see what I think we saw? The memory is so vivid, yet so unbelievable. I catch myself doubting, wondering if it was all just a shared hallucination or vivid dream. But then I remember the sound, that bizarre, bone-chilling, dual-toned hum. I can still feel it reverberating through my body if I close my eyes and concentrate. No, it was real. I'm sure of it. I don't know what that craft was or where it came from. I don't know why it appeared to us that night or why it left so suddenly. But I do know that it changed me forever. I can't look at the night sky the same way anymore. I'm always watching, waiting, wondering if I'll see those lights again. I've never told anyone else this story until now. Part of me is afraid of being labeled as crazy or attention-seeking. But a bigger part of me needs to get this off my chest, to know that someone else out there believes me. So that's my story. I don't expect you to believe me, but I swear every word is true. That night in Ohio, I saw something that defies explanation, and I'll never forget it as long as I live. I still work at that care facility, though Jake left shortly after the incident. Sometimes on clear nights, I'll step outside and stare up at the stars, half hoping and half dreading to see those lights again. So far, the skies have remained empty, but I can't shake the feeling that they're out there, watching, waiting. I've become hyper-aware of any strange occurrences since that night. The slightest odd sound or unexplained shadow sends my heart racing. I've installed security cameras around my property, and I'm constantly checking them for anything unusual. My sleep has suffered too. I have vivid nightmares about being abducted, about that craft returning and taking me away. I wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I can hear that bizarre humming sound again. I've tried to rationalize it, to come up with some logical explanation for what we saw. Maybe it was an experimental military craft, but that doesn't explain the impossible speed or the way it affected our phones. I've gone down countless rabbit holes online, reading about secret government programs and reverse-engineered alien technology. But nothing quite fits. The not knowing is the hardest part. What was it? Why was it there? Why us? These questions plague me constantly. I find myself analyzing every detail of that night, trying to glean some new insight. But I always come up empty. I've thought about reaching out to UFO research groups or going public with my story. But without any evidence, I know I'd just be dismissed as another crackpot. And part of me is afraid. What if telling others puts me in danger somehow? What if they come back? So I've kept it to myself, letting it eat away at me, until now. Sharing this has been cathartic in a way, even if no one believes me. Just putting it into words makes it feel more real, validates that it wasn't all in my head. I don't know if I'll ever get answers. I don't know if I'll ever see anything like that again. But I do know that I'll never stop watching the skies, never stop wondering what's really out there. That night changed everything for me, and no matter what anyone says, I know what I saw. So if you're reading this and you've had a similar experience, know that you're not alone. And if you haven't, keep watching the skies. You never know what you might see. It was pitch black outside as we cruised down the empty country roads. Tommy and I were both half asleep, lulled by the hum of the tires on the pavement and the faint oldies music playing on the radio. My mom was focused on driving, her eyes locked on the winding road ahead, illuminated by the headlights. Suddenly, something caught my eye out the side window. At first, I thought it was just my sleepy mind playing tricks on me. But as I blinked and focused, I realized there really was something there, a massive dark shape moving through the night sky. I elbowed Tommy and pointed urgently. "Look," I hissed. His eyes went wide as he spotted it too. It was enormous, easily the size of a commercial airliner, but completely silent. The object was jet black and distinctly triangular in shape, like some kind of stealth aircraft. But it was way too big to be any normal plane, and it was moving in a bizarre, unnatural way. The thing seemed to be gliding smoothly through the air, but then it would suddenly drop altitude in sharp, jerky movements. It was getting lower and lower, descending at an alarming rate towards the tree line off to our right. "What is that?" Tommy whispered, his voice trembling. I just shook my head, unable to speak. A chill ran down my spine as we watched the colossal black triangle dive towards the ground. Just as it disappeared behind the trees, there was a brilliant flash of green light that lit up the entire sky for a split second. It was so bright that I had to squeeze my eyes shut. When I opened them again, everything was dark once more. "Mom, did you see that?" I practically shouted, my heart racing. But when I looked at her in the rear-view mirror, she just seemed confused. "See what, honey? You two need to settle down back there and try to get some sleep. We're almost home." I exchanged a bewildered look with Tommy. How could she have missed it? The thing was massive, and that green flash had been blindingly bright. "But Mom, there was this huge black triangle thing in the sky. It crashed or something behind the trees. Didn't you see the green light?" I insisted desperately. She just sighed. "Sweetie, I think you were having a bad dream. There's nothing out there but empty fields and forest. Now please, both of you try to relax. We'll be home soon." I slumped back in my seat, utterly perplexed. I knew I hadn't been dreaming. I pinched myself just to be sure. definitely awake. Tommy and I spent the rest of the drive home in stunned silence, occasionally exchanging wide-eyed glances. When we finally got back to my house, Tommy and I immediately ran to my room to talk about what we'd seen. We were both freaking out, trying to make sense of it. "It had to be a UFO, right?" Tommy said in an excited whisper. "I mean, what else could it have been? Did you see how freaking huge that thing was?" I nodded vigorously. "And the way it was moving, no normal aircraft flies like that. Plus that weird green flash when it went down. Tommy, I think we saw an alien spaceship crash." We stayed up late into the night, speculating wildly about what it all meant. Were there aliens wandering around in the woods now? Would there be some kind of government cover-up? Should we tell anyone else what we saw? In the end, we decided to keep it to ourselves for the time being. Who would believe a couple of kids anyway? We made a pact to go investigate the crash site ourselves as soon as we could. It took a few days before we were able to convince our parents to let us bike out to that area to go exploring. When we finally got out there, our expectations were sky high. We were sure we'd find some kind of smoking crater or pieces of strange metal debris. Maybe we'd even encounter the aliens themselves. But after hours of searching the woods, we found nothing. Not a single broken tree branch or disturbed patch of earth. No scorch marks or weird metal fragments. It was like nothing had ever happened there at all. We came home dejected and confused. Had we imagined the whole thing? But how could we both have the exact same hallucination? It just didn't make any sense. In the weeks and months that followed, Tommy and I became obsessed with UFOs and aliens. We checked out every book we could find at the library, scoured newspapers for any mention of strange sightings, and religiously watched shows like The X-Files and Sightings. But we never found anything concrete to explain what we'd seen that night. No reports of any crashes or sightings in our area. No mysterious government activity or conspiracies uncovered. It was like we were the only two people in the world who knew about it. As time went on, we gradually talked about it less and less, but I never forgot. That image of the massive black triangle diving towards the trees is seared into my brain forever. Sometimes I still have nightmares about it. To this day, I avoid driving on that stretch of road if I can help it. Just being in that area makes my skin crawl. A few times over the years, I've worked up the courage to go back and search those woods again, hoping to find some shred of evidence. But there's never been anything there. I know how crazy it all sounds. Believe me, there have been plenty of times I've tried to convince myself it was just an overactive childhood imagination. But deep down, I know what I saw was real. Tommy and I experienced something genuinely otherworldly that night. Sometimes I wonder if there are others out there who've had similar encounters but are afraid to talk about them. Maybe that's why I'm finally sharing this story now, after keeping it to myself for so long. I guess part of me is still hoping that someone else might come forward with a similar experience or offer some kind of explanation for what Tommy and I witnessed. All I know for sure is that something incredible and terrifying happened on that dark country road all those years ago. Whatever that black triangle was, wherever it came from, it changed my life forever. I'll never look at the night sky the same way again. I still get chills when I think about how close we came to whatever it was. If we'd been just a little further down the road, or if that thing had crashed just a bit closer to us, who knows what might have happened? Would we have been abducted, vaporized, or maybe we would have finally gotten some answers? Part of me wishes we'd found some tangible proof, a piece of debris, a scorch mark, anything. But in a way, the total lack of evidence almost makes it creepier. It's like the whole incident was erased from existence. with only the memories in Tommy's mind and mine left behind. I've often wondered why my mom didn't see anything that night. Was she just too focused on the road? Or is there something about that phenomenon that only certain people can perceive? The thought that there could be strange, impossible things happening all around us that most people can't even see is deeply unsettling. Over the years, I've done a lot of research into similar sightings and encounters. I've read countless reports of triangle-shaped UFOs, many of them absolutely massive in size like the one we saw. But I've never come across another story quite like ours, with the object actually seeming to crash. That green flash is another detail that's always puzzled me. It wasn't like a normal light. It had an otherworldly quality that's hard to describe, almost like it warped the air itself for that split second. I've wondered if it was some kind of energy discharge, or a portal opening, or who knows what. Sometimes I think about trying to track Tommy down to talk about it again. We drifted apart in our teens and eventually lost touch. Part of me is curious if he remembers it the same way I do, or if his memory has faded over time. But another part of me is scared to bring it up again, like talking about it might somehow make that thing come back. I know this all probably sounds completely insane to most people reading it. Trust me, there have been many times I've questioned my own sanity over this. But I know in my heart that Tommy and I experienced something real and profound that night, something that defies conventional explanation. I still find myself scanning the night sky sometimes, half expecting to see that ominous black shape again. And I'd be lying if I said I wasn't afraid of what might happen if I ever did. Some mysteries are perhaps better left unsolved, but I felt like I needed to finally share this story, if only to get it off my chest after all these years. Maybe it will bring me some sense of closure. Or maybe, just maybe, it will reach someone else out there who's had a similar experience and has been afraid to talk about it. If nothing else, I hope it serves as a reminder that there are still profound mysteries in this world. That reality may be far stranger and more terrifying than we can imagine, and that sometimes the most life-changing encounters can happen on the most ordinary of nights. That particular night in late November was bitterly cold, even by Alaskan standards. The wind was howling outside our small cabin, and I remember thinking how glad I was to be inside by the warmth of our potbelly stove. I had just finished my nightly radio check-in and was about to turn in when I noticed something odd out the window. At first, I thought it was just the northern lights. We saw them pretty regularly up there, but this was different. It was a singular glowing blue orb about the size of a beach ball, and it was moving in a way I'd never seen before, zigzagging across the sky at incredible speeds, then stopping on a dime before darting off in another direction. I blinked hard and rubbed my eyes, certain I must be seeing things. But when I looked again, it was still there. My heart started racing as I watched this impossible object dance across the night sky. I had to get a clock to see this. I rushed over to his small room and shook him awake. "A clock! You've got to see this," I said urgently. He grumbled something in Inuktitut, but followed me to the window. As soon as a clock saw the blue orb, his entire demeanor changed. His eyes went wide, and he started muttering rapidly under his breath. Before I could ask him what was wrong, he turned and walked briskly back to his room without a word. I called after him, but he didn't respond. Confused and a little freaked out, I turned back to the window. The orb was still there, now moving in long, sweeping arcs across the sky. It dawned on me that its movements seemed to follow some kind of pattern, almost like it was tracing invisible lines in the air. For the next hour, I stood transfixed at that window, watching the orb's bizarre dance. Sometimes it would zip from one end of the horizon to the other in the blink of an eye. Other times it would hover motionless for several minutes before suddenly shooting off again. I noticed that it seemed to favor certain paths, often retracing the same routes multiple times. It hit me that these might be following the Earth's magnetic field lines. I'd studied enough geology to know that the Arctic was crisscrossed with powerful magnetic currents. Was this thing somehow interacting with them? As I watched, I cycled through every possible explanation I could think of. Weather balloon? No way it could move like that. Some kind of experimental aircraft? Not a chance. The G-forces would be lethal. Aurora borealis? I'd seen plenty of those, and this was something else entirely. Eventually, the orb's movements began to slow. It drifted lower in the sky, pulsing with an eerie blue light. Then, in an instant, it shot straight up at an impossible speed and vanished into the stars. I stood there for a long time after it disappeared, my mind reeling. What the hell had I just witnessed? And why had a clock reacted so strangely? When the sun finally rose a few hours later, I went to talk to a clack, but his room was empty. His few belongings were still there, but he was gone without a trace. I searched the entire outpost and the surrounding area, but there was no sign of him. It was like he'd vanished into thin air. I reported Aklak's disappearance to my superiors, but given the harsh environment and isolated location, they weren't able to do much. I never saw him again. In the days and weeks that followed, I obsessively documented everything I could remember about that night. I drew diagrams of the orb's movements, wrote detailed descriptions of its appearance and behavior. I even tried to calculate its speed and altitude based on my observations, though I knew my estimates were probably way off. I threw myself into researching similar phenomena, poring over every book and scientific journal I could get my hands on. I learned about ball lightning, St. Elmo's fire, and other atmospheric phenomena. But nothing I found came close to explaining what I'd seen. I became borderline obsessed, spending every free moment trying to make sense of it all. My work started to suffer, and I found myself struggling to sleep. The memory of that glowing blue orb haunted my dreams. After a few months, my superiors started to notice my deteriorating mental state. They attributed it to the isolation and the stress of a clock's disappearance. They suggested I take some leave, get away from Ramota for a while. I resisted at first, not wanting to leave the site of my extraordinary experience. But eventually, I realized I needed a break. I took a few weeks off and flew down to Anchorage, hoping the change of scenery would help clear my head. It was during this time that I had a chance encounter that shook me to my core. I was having a drink at a small bar when I overheard a group of locals talking about strange lights they'd seen in the sky. My ears perked up immediately. As I listened, my blood ran cold. They were describing something eerily similar to what I'd seen, a blue orb moving in impossible patterns. But they'd seen it hundreds of miles from Ramota just a few nights ago. I approached their table, my hands shaking as I introduced myself. I told them about my experience, and we spent hours comparing notes. The details matched up so closely, it was uncanny. They hadn't seen anyone disappear, but they mentioned that their dogs had gone crazy that night, howling and whining like they were terrified. That conversation reignited my obsession. I cut my leave short and returned to Ramota, determined to get to the bottom of this mystery. I set up cameras and monitoring equipment, hoping to catch another glimpse of the orb. But in all the months that followed, I never saw it again. The long Arctic nights came and went, and the sky remained stubbornly ordinary. No more dancing lights, no more impossible objects, just stars and the occasional aurora. As time passed, I began to doubt my own memory. Had I really seen what I thought I'd seen? Or had the isolation and the harsh environment played tricks on my mind? But then I'd remember the look on a clock's face, the fear in his eyes, and I knew it had been real. I left Ramota the following year, my contract up and my nerves frayed. I tried to move on with my life, to forget about that strange night. But I never could, not really. The memory of that glowing blue orb has stayed with me all these years, a mystery I can't solve, a question I can't answer. I'm an old man now, and I know I'll probably never understand what I saw that night. Was it some natural phenomenon we don't yet understand? A secret military project? Or something truly beyond our comprehension? All I know is that somewhere out there, dancing among the magnetic fields of the earth, there are things that defy explanation. And sometimes, if you're in the right place at the right time, you might just catch a glimpse of them. But be warned, once you've seen them, you can never unsee them, and the questions they raise might haunt you for the rest of your days. Our group of about 15 students, plus our faculty advisor, Dr. Ramirez, were staying in this old abandoned shoe factory on the outskirts of a small town. The place was pretty run down, bare concrete floors, peeling paint on the walls, a few rickety bunk beds set up for us. But it was shelter, and we were grateful to have a roof over our heads. That second night, we'd all turned in pretty early, after a long day of construction work in the hot sun. I was exhausted and fell asleep almost immediately. But sometime in the middle of the night, must have been around 2 or 3 a.m., I jolted awake suddenly. At first I wasn't sure why, but then I noticed this strange glow coming from the far wall of the room. I sat up in my bunk, rubbing my eyes, thinking maybe I was still half asleep and imagining things. But no, there were definitely lights on the wall, 9 perfect squares of soft white light, each about the size of a dinner plate, arranged in a 3x3 grid. They weren't coming from outside, the windows were boarded up, and they weren't flashlights or anything we'd brought. These lights seemed to be coming from within the wall itself somehow. I watched, frozen, as the squares began to move. They started rotating slowly clockwise, maintaining their grid formation. After a few rotations, they suddenly blinked out. The wall was dark for maybe 5 seconds, and then they reappeared and started rotating again. This pattern continued: rotate, disappear, reappear, rotate. My heart was pounding out of my chest. I wanted to wake someone up, but I was afraid to move or make a sound. I just kept staring at those mesmerizing squares, unable to look away. After what felt like an eternity but was probably only a few minutes, I heard stirring from the bunk below me. My roommate Jess whispered, "Do you see that? The lights?" "Yeah," I whispered back, relieved I wasn't the only one seeing this. "What the hell are they?" Jess asked. I could hear the fear in her voice. "I have no idea," I said. Gradually, more people in the room started waking up. I heard gasps and confused murmurs as others noticed the phenomenon on the wall. Someone turned on a flashlight, which didn't affect the glowing squares at all. They just kept rotating and blinking in and out of existence. Dr. Ramirez, our advisor, got up and approached the wall cautiously. He reached out to touch it, but his hand just met solid concrete. The squares didn't react to his presence at all. "Everyone stay calm," he said, though his own voice was shaky. "Let's just observe for now." So we all sat there in the dark, watching those eerie lights for what must have been at least an hour. No one dared leave the room. We were too afraid of what might be out there, or of missing something if we looked away. As the initial shock started to wear off, we began quietly comparing notes on what we were seeing. And that's when things got even weirder. "Wait, you see 9 squares?" my friend Mike asked. "I only see 4. 4? There's clearly 9, I insisted. 3 rows of 3. "No way," said Alicia from across the room. "It's just one long horizontal line of light." We went around the room, and incredibly, almost everyone was seeing something different. Some saw a vertical line, others saw a single large square, a few saw scattered dots of light. Dr. Ramirez said he saw a perfect circle. But we all agreed the lights were white, and they were moving in the same rotating pattern. I felt like I was losing my mind. How could we all be looking at the same wall and seeing such different things? I started to wonder if maybe this was all just a vivid shared hallucination. Maybe we'd been exposed to some kind of gas or toxin in the old factory that was making us all trip out. But it felt so real. I could see those 9 squares as clear as day, gently spinning and fading in and out. I wasn't imagining this. As dawn approached, the lights started to fade. By the time the sun came up, they were gone completely, leaving no trace on the ordinary concrete wall. We were all shaken and exhausted, having barely slept. Dr. Ramirez called a group meeting to discuss what had happened. He was visibly rattled, which was unsettling to see in our normally unflappable advisor. I don't have an explanation for what we experienced last night," he admitted. "In all my years, I've never encountered anything like it." He went on to tell us that before becoming a professor, he had actually been a Catholic priest for over a decade. He'd even assisted in a few exorcisms during that time. But he said this was something entirely different from anything he'd seen in his religious work. "I don't believe this was anything demonic or supernatural," he said, "but I also can't come up with any rational scientific explanation. The fact that we all saw different configurations of lights is particularly baffling. We spent hours debating theories. Mass hallucination seemed the most likely, but none of us had ingested anything unusual. Some suggested it was an elaborate prank using projectors, but there was no equipment to be found. A few people thought it might be some kind of interdimensional portal or alien technology, but that seemed far-fetched. In the end, we had no answers, just a shared experience that defied logic or explanation. Dr. Ramirez made the decision to move us to a different location for the remainder of the trip. None of us complained. I don't think any of us could have slept in that factory another night. We tried to focus on our volunteer work for the rest of the week, but the mood was different. We were all on edge, jumping at shadows, half expecting more inexplicable lights to appear at any moment. But nothing else unusual happened for the rest of the trip. When we returned home, we all struggled to readjust to normal life. How do you just go back to classes and everyday routines after experiencing something so profoundly strange and unsettling? I know some of the others eventually convinced themselves it was all just a shared delusion brought on by stress, lack of sleep, and being in an unfamiliar environment. But I can't accept that. What I saw that night was real. Those 9 glowing squares haunt my dreams to this day. I've spent years researching similar phenomena, reaching out to experts in various fields, trying to find some explanation for what we all experienced, but I've come up empty every time. There are no records of anything quite like it happening before or since. Sometimes I wonder if we accidentally stumbled upon some kind of tear in the fabric of reality that night. A brief window into another dimension or plane of existence that our human minds could only partially perceive. Maybe that's why we all saw different things, our brains struggling to interpret sensory input that it wasn't equipped to process. Or maybe it was something even stranger that I can't begin to comprehend. All I know is that it shook my understanding of reality to the core. I no longer take for granted that the world works the way I always assumed it did. There are mysteries out there beyond our current understanding. I still have nightmares sometimes, where I'm back in that dark factory, watching those hypnotic squares of light rotate endlessly on the wall. In the dreams, they start to grow larger, brighter, until they consume everything. I always wake up in a cold sweat, heart racing. Part of me wishes I could go back to Nicaragua, find that old shoe factory again, see if there are any lingering traces of whatever caused that phenomenon. But another part of me is terrified of what I might find if I did. Some mysteries are perhaps better left unsolved. All I know is that I'll never forget that night as long as I live. It changed me fundamentally as a person, and I'll always wonder, what exactly did we witness in that abandoned factory? Will we ever truly know? Or will it remain an unexplained enigma, a brief glimpse behind the curtain of our reality that we were never meant to see? I'll never forget that day in May 1995. It was a beautiful spring afternoon, warm sunshine, and a gentle breeze as I walked home from school. I was 14 years old, just a normal kid excited for summer break to start in a few weeks. The last thing I expected was to witness something that would haunt me for decades to come. As I strolled down the tree-lined suburban street, backpack slung over my shoulder, I glanced up at the clear blue sky. That's when I saw it, a blindingly bright light, like a beam cutting through the air. At first I thought it must be a plane or helicopter, but then it started to move in a way that defied explanation. The light dropped straight down at an incredible speed, then suddenly curved upward in a perfect U shape. It was as if it was tracing an invisible track in the sky. I froze in place, my mouth hanging open as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. The movements were so precise, so controlled. No aircraft I knew of could maneuver like that. As I stood there transfixed, the light accelerated rapidly upward. In a matter of seconds, it had disappeared into a small cluster of clouds. The whole encounter lasted no more than 10 seconds, but it felt like time had stood still. I looked around wildly, wondering if anyone else had seen it. But the street was empty except for me. Cars drove by in the distance and birds chirped in the trees, oblivious to the extraordinary event I'd just witnessed. My heart was racing and my palms were sweaty. I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was a weird reflection or a trick of the light. But deep down, I knew this was something far stranger. The image was burned into my mind with crystal clarity. I practically ran the rest of the way home, bursting through the front door and startling my mom in the kitchen. "Mom, you won't believe what I just saw," I exclaimed breathlessly. I poured out the story, gesturing wildly as I described the light's impossible movements. My mom listened patiently, but I could see the doubt in her eyes. "Are you sure it wasn't just an airplane, honey? The sun can play tricks sometimes." "No, Mom, this was different. It moved like nothing I've ever seen before." I was frustrated that I couldn't make her understand. How could I convey the overwhelming feeling that I'd glimpsed something beyond ordinary explanation? That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that mesmerizing light etching its U-shaped path across the sky. I tried to draw what I'd seen, but my clumsy sketches couldn't capture the fluid grace of its movement. The next day at school, I told my friends about the sighting. Some were intrigued, asking breathless questions about what it looked like. Others laughed it off, teasing me about little green men. I started to feel embarrassed, like maybe I should just forget the whole thing. But I couldn't forget. The memory nagged at me, demanding answers I couldn't provide. I started checking out books from the library about UFOs and unexplained phenomena. Most of it seemed pretty far-fetched, and I was skeptical of a lot of the wild claims. But I kept coming back to my own experience. I knew what I saw, even if I couldn't explain it. As the days and weeks went by, I found myself constantly scanning the skies, hoping for another glimpse of that mysterious light. But the heavens remained stubbornly ordinary. I started to question my own memory. Had it really been as incredible as I remembered? Was my mind playing tricks on me? I've always considered myself a pretty logical person. I did well in my science classes and generally preferred rational explanations to fanciful ones. I'd never had any kind of hallucination or visual problem before. That's part of what made the whole thing so unsettling. It simply didn't fit with my understanding of how the world worked. Sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night, the image of that light vivid in my mind. I'd lie awake for hours, trying to make sense of it. Was it some kind of top-secret military craft, an atmospheric phenomenon, or something truly otherworldly? The not knowing gnawed at me. As the years went by, my obsession with the incident gradually faded. Life went on. I finished high school, went to college, started a career. But I never fully forgot about that strange May afternoon. Whenever the topic of UFOs or unexplained sightings came up, I'd feel a little jolt of recognition. I've seen my fair share of strange lights in the sky since then. Planes, satellites, even the occasional meteor. But nothing has ever come close to replicating what I saw that day. The precision of the movement, the impossible acceleration, it was truly in a league of its own. I know how it sounds. Believe me, I've spent years trying to come up with a rational explanation. I've read about weather balloons, experimental aircraft, even mass hallucinations. But none of it quite fits. I'm left with the unsettling certainty that for a brief moment, I witnessed something beyond our current scientific understanding. I'm not asking anyone to believe me. I know how outlandish it must sound to those who weren't there. But I also know what I saw with my own two eyes. That brilliant light, moving with impossible precision and speed across the afternoon sky, is as clear in my memory now as it was 25 years ago. Sometimes when I'm outside on a clear day, I'll find myself glancing up, half expecting to see that light again. Part of me hopes I will. Maybe this time there will be other witnesses, or I'll be able to capture it on video. But mostly, I'm content with the mystery. In a world where so much is explained and categorized, there's something oddly comforting about having experienced something truly inexplicable. I don't know if I'll ever have answers about what I saw that day. Was it extraterrestrial? Some kind of interdimensional phenomenon? Or is there a perfectly ordinary explanation that just hasn't occurred to me? I can't say for sure. But I do know that it changed the way I view the world. It opened my mind to the possibility that there are things out there beyond our current understanding. So if you're ever out on a sunny afternoon and you see something strange in the sky, something that moves in ways that shouldn't be possible, know that you're not alone. There are more things in heaven and earth than we can explain, and sometimes If we're lucky or unlucky, depending on how you look at it, we get a fleeting glimpse of them. I've never had another experience like that day in May 1995, but I'll always be watching the skies, wondering what other mysteries are out there, waiting to be discovered. Because once you've seen the impossible, you can never quite look at the world the same way again. That particular night, I woke up suddenly around 2 a.m. At first, I wasn't sure what had roused me from sleep. The house was quiet, and everything seemed normal. But as I lay there in bed, trying to drift off again, I noticed a faint glow coming through my bedroom window. Curious, I got up and went to look outside. In the distance, I could see a strange light moving across the night sky. At first I thought it might be a plane, but something about it seemed off. It was moving too slowly, and the light didn't blink like normal aircraft lights do. As I watched, the light grew steadily larger and brighter. Whatever it was heading in my direction. My heart started to beat faster as I realized this was no ordinary aircraft. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I felt a chill run down my spine despite the warm summer night. I moved to another window to get a better view as the object drew nearer. What I saw next is forever burned into my memory. Hovering silently about 300 feet in the air was an enormous rectangular object, easily 300 to 500 feet long. It dwarfed any man-made aircraft I'd ever seen. The surface of the craft was unlike anything I'd ever encountered. It reminded me of something out of Star Wars. All intricate patterns, raised sections, and embedded lights. But this was no movie prop or special effect. This was real, and it was right there in front of me. As it glided slowly overhead, I could make out more details. The craft seemed to be made of some kind of dark metal, with a dull sheen that absorbed most of the moonlight. Scattered across its surface were numerous lights, some steady, others pulsing softly. They weren't bright like searchlights, but more like the glow of instrument panels or computer screens. What struck me most was the absolute silence. An object that huge should have made some kind of noise as it moved through the air, but there was nothing, not even a faint hum or whoosh. Just total, eerie silence. I stood there frozen, afraid to move or make a sound. Part of me wanted to run and wake up my parents, but I couldn't tear myself away from the window. I was terrified, but also mesmerized by the impossible sight before me. As the craft passed directly overhead, something even stranger happened. A bright beam of light suddenly illuminated my window, as if a spotlight had been trained directly on me. I instinctively ducked down, heart pounding in my chest. But curiosity got the better of me, and I slowly peeked back up. The light was still there, fixed steadily on my window. It wasn't blindingly bright, but it was clearly intentional. Somehow, impossibly, this craft seemed to know I was watching it. The thought sent shivers through my whole body. I don't know how long I crouched there, barely breathing, as the massive object continued its slow journey across the sky. It felt like hours, but was probably only a few minutes. The whole time, that beam of light remained locked on my window. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the craft began to move away. The spotlight lingered on my window for a few more seconds before shutting off. I watched as the object receded into the distance, eventually becoming just a pinprick of light on the horizon before disappearing entirely. For a long time after it was gone, I just sat there on the floor, trying to process what I'd seen. My mind was reeling. I kept telling myself it had to be some kind of secret military aircraft or an elaborate hoax. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. What I'd witnessed was something far beyond any human technology. When I finally crawled back into bed, my whole body was shaking. I lay awake for hours, jumping at every little sound, half expecting the craft to return. Sleep was impossible. The next morning, I was a wreck. I hadn't slept at all, and I must have looked terrible because my mom immediately asked if I was feeling okay. I wanted to tell her what had happened, but the words wouldn't come. How could I possibly explain what I'd seen? Who would believe me? So I just mumbled something about not sleeping well and went through the day in a daze. I kept expecting to hear news reports about a UFO sighting or to see military vehicles swarming our town, but there was nothing. Life went on as if nothing had happened. Over the next few days, I scoured the internet for any similar reports or sightings. I found plenty of stories about UFOs, but nothing quite like what I'd seen. No one else seemed to have encountered a craft of that size and shape, with that bizarre surface texture. As the days turned into weeks and then months, I started to doubt my own memory. Had it really happened? Or was it just some incredibly vivid dream? But every time I closed my eyes, I could still see that massive rectangle hovering silently overhead, its strange lights pulsing in the darkness. I've never told anyone the full story until now. How do you explain something like that without sounding crazy? But I know what I saw that night. It was real, and it changed me forever. To this day, I still find myself scanning the night sky, half hoping and half dreading to see that rectangular craft again. Sometimes when I'm lying in bed at night, I swear I can hear a faint humming sound or see a dim glow through my curtains. It's probably just my imagination playing tricks on me, but part of me wonders, what was that craft? Where did it come from? And why did it seem to single me out that night? I don't have any answers, and I doubt I ever will. But I'll never forget that summer night when the impossible appeared outside my window, and the universe suddenly seemed a whole lot bigger and stranger than I ever imagined. I still get goosebumps every time I think about it. That silent, otherworldly presence, the way it seemed to know I was watching, the spotlight that pinned me in place like a butterfly on display. Sometimes I wonder if it left some kind of mark on me, if I was changed in some subtle way by that encounter. There are nights when I lie awake, staring at my bedroom ceiling, half convinced that if I look out the window, I'll see that massive shape blocking out the stars again. The rational part of my brain says it was just a one-time thing, a cosmic fluke. But another part of me feels like it's out there somewhere, drifting silently through the darkness, waiting to make another appearance. I've tried to move on with my life, to forget about that night, but I can't. It's always there in the back of my mind, coloring how I see the world. Every time I hear about a UFO sighting on the news or see a sci-fi movie with alien spaceships, I get that same chill down my spine. Sometimes I wonder if anyone else saw it that night. Did it pass over other houses in town? Were there other people watching in awe and terror as it glided overhead? Or was I the only witness to its impossible presence? I'll probably never know the answers to these questions. But I do know that what I saw was real. It wasn't a dream or a hallucination or some elaborate hoax. It was there, huge and silent and utterly alien, defying everything I thought I knew about the world. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if it's still out there somewhere, watching, waiting, ready to return when we least expect it. The thought both terrifies and fascinates me, because if such a thing exists, what else might be out there in the vastness of space? What other impossible wonders or horrors might be lurking just beyond our perception? All I know for sure is that the world is a much stranger place than most people realize. And on any given night, You might look up at the sky and see something that changes everything. I just hope that if it ever comes back, I'm ready for it this time. That fateful night, I ran out of cigarettes around midnight. There was a convenience store about 10 minutes away, so I decided to make a quick run. As I left my apartment building, I noticed how eerily quiet the streets were. The only sounds were my footsteps echoing off the buildings and the occasional distant rumble of a train. To get to the store, I had to cut through a small neighborhood park. During the day, it was a cheerful place full of children playing. But at night, it took on a whole different atmosphere. The playground equipment cast strange shadows in the dim streetlights, and a light fog had settled over the grass. As I walked along the path through the park, the hairs on the back of my neck suddenly stood up. I had the distinct feeling I was being watched. I quickened my pace, eager to get out of there. That's when I heard it, a small, high-pitched voice calling out, "Help me, please help me." I froze in my tracks, my heart pounding. It sounded like a young child, but what would a kid be doing out here alone at this hour? I looked around frantically but couldn't see anyone. "Hello," I called out hesitantly. "Is someone there?" No response. Just as I was convincing myself I had imagined it, I heard it again. "I'm scared. Please help." It seemed to be coming from the playground area. Against my better judgment, I slowly walked over to investigate. As I approached the play structure, I noticed something I hadn't seen before, a small memorial set up near the swings. There were wilted flowers, faded photos, and children's drawings pinned to a board. My stomach dropped as I realized this must be the site of some tragedy involving a child. But before I could examine it closer, a gust of wind blew through the playground. The swings began to sway back and forth, their chains creaking ominously. Except there was no wind. The air was completely still. I stumbled backwards in shock as I watched the empty swing moving on its own, going higher and higher. That's when I saw it. For just a split second, I swear I saw the ghostly outline of a small child sitting on the swing. I ran. I ran faster than I've ever run in my life, all thoughts of cigarettes forgotten. I didn't stop until I was back in my apartment, door locked behind me. I spent the rest of the night huddled in bed, too terrified to sleep. When morning finally came, I tried to convince myself it had all been my imagination. Maybe I was overtired, or the shadows had played tricks on my eyes. But as I opened my front door to head to work, my blood ran cold. There, leading from the elevator to my door, was a trail of small, wet footprints, child-sized footprints. I slammed the door shut and called in sick to work. I spent the day researching the history of the neighborhood, desperate for answers. What I found chilled me to the bone. 5 years ago, a young girl had gone missing from that very park. Her body was found weeks later in a nearby canal. The case was never solved. According to local legend, her restless spirit still haunted the park, seeking help from the living. I was convinced the spirit had latched onto me somehow, following me home from the park. Strange things continued to happen over the next few days. Objects moving on their own, childish giggles echoing through empty rooms, glimpses of a small figure out of the corner of my eye. I couldn't take it anymore. Within a week, I had broken my lease and moved out, leaving most of my belongings behind. I couldn't bear to take anything that might be contaminated with the spirit's presence. To this day, I avoid that neighborhood like the plague. Sometimes I still wake up in a cold sweat, imagining I hear a child's voice calling out for help. I don't know if what I experienced was real or just my mind playing tricks on me. But I do know that I'll never forget that night in the park, or the tragedy of the lost little girl whose spirit couldn't find peace. I often wonder if I should have done more to help her. Maybe that's why she followed me. She saw me as her last chance for help. But what could I have done? How do you help a spirit trapped between worlds? These questions still haunt me. I've tried talking to others about my experience, but most people just think I'm crazy or making it up. That's why I'm sharing my story here. I need to know if anyone else has had similar encounters. Have any of you ever experienced something you just can't explain? Something that defies all logic and reason? I know it sounds insane. Believe me, there are times I've questioned my own sanity. But I know what I saw and felt that night. It was real. That poor lost soul was real. And she's still out there, waiting in that park, hoping someone will finally be able to help her. Sometimes I think about going back, trying to communicate with her again. But then I remember the terror I felt, the way that invisible presence seemed to seep into my very bones. And I know I can never return to that place. So I'm left with nothing but unanswered questions and sleepless nights. The image of that swing moving on its own is burned into my memory. I'll never forget the mixture of sadness and fear in that ghostly voice calling out for help. If you're ever in Nakameguro, please be careful. And if you hear a child's voice in the night, just keep walking. Don't look back. Don't try to help. Some things are better left alone. I only wish I had known that before it was too late. It started when I moved to Tokyo for a new job opportunity. I was excited about the change, but also stressed about finding an affordable place to live in such an expensive city. After weeks of searching, I finally found a small, older apartment that fit my budget. It wasn't fancy, but it seemed cozy enough, and the location in Nakameguro was great. The landlord seemed eager to rent it out quickly and gave me a good deal. In hindsight, I should have wondered why. At first, everything seemed normal as I settled in. But after a few days, I started noticing odd things. The air would suddenly feel heavy and oppressive for no reason. I'd get random chills even when it wasn't cold. And most unsettling of all, I kept feeling what seemed like invisible cobwebs brushing against my face whenever I walked through the entrance. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just drafts or my imagination playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. The incidents kept escalating. One night, I woke up suddenly feeling like someone was in the room watching me. When I turned on the light, no one was there, but the air felt ice cold, and I could have sworn I heard faint whispering. Another time, I came home to find all the kitchen cabinets wide open, even though I clearly remembered closing them before leaving. I started dreading coming home to that apartment. I'd linger at work or cafes as long as possible to avoid being there alone. When I did have to be there, I'd keep all the lights on and the TV running for background noise, anything to make it feel less oppressive and isolating. After about a month of this, I decided to have some friends over, hoping their presence would help lighten the heavy atmosphere. We were hanging out, having some beers, when my friend Kenji suddenly went pale and quiet. When I asked what was wrong, he hesitated before saying, "Don't freak out, but I think I just saw a ghost." My blood ran cold as he described seeing the translucent figure of a woman with long dark hair hanging by a rope near the entrance. He said she had appeared for just a moment before vanishing. The others tried to laugh it off, but I could tell Kenji was genuinely shaken. And it matched up eerily well with the sensations I'd been experiencing in that spot. After my friends left, I couldn't shake the dread that had settled over me. I tried to go to sleep, but kept imagining that ghostly figure watching me in the darkness. Around 3 a.m., I heard a loud thump from the entrance area that made me bolt upright in terror. That was it. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed some essentials and practically ran out of there in my pajamas. I spent the rest of that night at a 24-hour cafe, my hands shaking as I searched online for information about my building's history. What I found made my stomach drop. An article from a few years back mentioned a rash of suicides in that apartment complex, including a young woman who had hanged herself in one of the units. I was sure it had to be my apartment. There was no way I could go back there to live. I stayed with friends for a few days while frantically searching for a new place. I felt bad about breaking my lease, but I think the landlord understood when I explained the situation. He didn't even argue about the deposit. When I went back with some friends to move my stuff out, the oppressive feeling was overwhelming. We worked as quickly as possible, not wanting to linger. As I was doing a final sweep of the bedroom, I caught a glimpse of something in the mirror that made my heart stop. A woman's face, pale and sorrowful, staring at me from behind my reflection. I ran out of there and never looked back. It's been a few months now since I moved to a new place. Sometimes I still have nightmares about that apartment and wake up in a cold sweat. I can't help but wonder about the poor woman who died there and if her spirit is still trapped in that place. Part of me feels guilty for just leaving, but I don't know what else I could have done. I'm not sure I believe in ghosts, even after all that. Maybe there's some logical explanation for everything I experienced, but I know that I'll never forget the bone-deep terror I felt in that apartment, or the relief of finally escaping it. If you ever find a place that seems too good to be true, trust your instincts. Some deals come with hidden costs that are far too high to pay. I was at my breaking point. My job as a systems engineer at a tech startup had become a living nightmare. The toxic work environment, constant pressure, and 80-hour weeks had pushed me to the brink of a mental breakdown. I couldn't sleep, I couldn't eat, and I felt like I was drowning in anxiety and despair. One particularly bad Friday, after yet another brutal week of impossible deadlines and verbal abuse from my boss, I snapped. I walked out of the office in the middle of the day, got in my car, and just started driving with no real destination in mind. I ended up heading towards the mountains near my hometown, about 2 hours away. As I drove, my mind was in a dark place. I kept thinking about how much I wanted it all to end. The stress, the misery, the feeling of being trapped. Part of me didn't even care if I drove off the road. I was that far gone. When I reached the base of the mountain, I parked my car and started hiking up one of the trails, even though it was getting dark. I didn't have any gear or supplies with me, just the clothes on my back. It was reckless and dangerous, but I wasn't thinking clearly. I hiked for hours in the growing darkness, pushing myself to exhaustion. The physical exertion helped quiet my racing thoughts somewhat. Eventually, I came to a small clearing near the summit and collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. As I lay there looking up at the stars, I felt a strange sense of peace wash over me. For the first time in months, my mind was quiet. I decided to spend the night there on the mountain. I gathered some leaves and pine needles to make a crude bed and drifted off into an uneasy sleep. I'm not sure how long I slept, but I was jolted awake in the middle of the night by an odd sensation. The air around me felt charged, almost electric. The hairs on my arms were standing up, and I had the distinct feeling that I wasn't alone. I sat up and looked around, my eyes straining in the darkness. That's when I saw her. Standing at the edge of the clearing was a young girl, maybe 8 or 9 years old. She was wearing a bright red kimono that seemed to glow faintly in the moonlight. Her long black hair hung straight down her back. I blinked hard, certain I must be dreaming or hallucinating. There was no way a child could be up here alone in the middle of the night. But when I opened my eyes, she was still there, watching me silently. "Hello?" I called out hesitantly. "Are you lost? Where are your parents?" The girl didn't respond. She just kept staring at me with an unnervingly intense gaze. Then, slowly, she began walking towards me. I scrambled to my feet, heart pounding. Every instinct was screaming at me to run, but I felt rooted to the spot. As she got closer, I noticed her skin was unnaturally pale, almost translucent in the moonlight. And her eyes, they seemed to glow with an inner light. She stopped about 10 feet away from me and spoke in a soft, melodic voice that didn't sound like it belonged to a child. "Why have you come here to die?" I felt the blood drain from my face. How could she possibly know what I'd been thinking? I'm not, I stammered, unable to form a coherent response. She tilted her head, studying me. "Your spirit is heavy with sorrow and pain. I can feel your desire to end it all." Tears sprang to my eyes as the full weight of my despair came crashing back down on me. I sank to my knees, overwhelmed. "I can't do it anymore," I choked out between sobs. "It's all too much. I just want it to stop." The girl's expression softened. She closed the distance between us and gently placed her hand on my shoulder. Her touch was ice cold, but somehow comforting. "Life can be cruel and painful," she said softly, "but it can also be beautiful and full of wonder. You have forgotten this." I looked up at her through tear-blurred eyes. "How can I go on? I feel so lost and alone." She smiled then, a radiant smile that seemed to light up the entire clearing. "You are never truly alone. There are forces in this world beyond your understanding that watch over you." The girl sat down beside me and began to sing in a hauntingly beautiful voice. It was a lullaby in a language I didn't recognize, but it filled me with a profound sense of peace and comfort. As she sang, I felt the weight of my pain and despair lifting. Memories began flooding back, moments of joy and laughter with friends and family, small kindnesses from strangers, the simple pleasure of a sunny day. I was reminded of all the beauty and goodness in the world that I'd lost sight of. When the song ended, the girl pulled me into a tight embrace. I clung to her, sobbing, releasing all the pent-up emotion I'd been carrying for so long. She held me as I cried, stroking my hair and murmuring words of comfort. I'm not sure how long we stayed like that. Eventually my tears subsided, and I felt utterly drained but somehow lighter. The first hints of dawn were starting to appear on the horizon. The girl released me from her embrace and stood up. "It's time for me to go," she said. "Wait," I called out as she turned to leave. "Who are you? What are you?" She looked back at me with that enigmatic smile. "I am a guardian of lost souls. Remember what you have learned here tonight. Your life has purpose and meaning, even when you can't see it." With that, she walked to the edge of the clearing. Just before she disappeared into the trees, she turned and waved. In the blink of an eye, she was gone. I sat there for a long time, trying to process what had just happened. Part of me wondered if it had all been a dream or hallucination brought on by exhaustion and stress. But it had felt so real, and the lingering sense of peace and renewal was undeniable. As the sun rose, painting the sky in brilliant shades of pink and gold, I felt like I was truly seeing the world for the first time in months. Everything seemed more vibrant and alive. I took a deep breath, savoring the crisp mountain air. I began the hike back down the mountain with a profound sense of gratitude and hope. By the time I reached my car, I knew what I needed to do. I drove straight to the office, walked in, and quit my job on the spot. It was terrifying, but also incredibly liberating. In the months since that night, my life has completely transformed. I found a new job that I love, one that allows me to maintain a healthy work-life balance. I've reconnected with old friends and family members I'd been neglecting. I've even started volunteering at a local animal shelter. I still think about that night on the mountain often. I don't know if what I experienced was real or just a product of my overwrought mind, but I do know that it changed me profoundly. It reminded me of the preciousness of life and the importance of maintaining perspective even in our darkest moments. To anyone out there who might be struggling like I was, please know that you're not alone. There is always hope, even when you can't see it. Sometimes, help comes from the most unexpected places, and sometimes a single night can change the course of your entire life. That night, I woke up suddenly around 3 a.m. drenched in sweat. The air was thick and stuffy, even with my bedroom window cracked open. As I lay there trying to fall back asleep, I heard something that made my blood run cold. A woman's voice coming from outside, calling for help. At first, I thought I must be imagining things, but then I heard it again, clearer this time. "Help me. Please, someone help me." The voice sounded close, like it was coming from right below my second-story window. There was something off about it, though. The tone was flat and emotionless, despite the words. It didn't sound quite human. My heart started racing as I strained to listen. The voice came again, a bit louder. "I need help. Please let me in." A chill ran down my spine. Something about this felt very, very wrong. I slid out of bed, my bare feet hitting the worn carpet. Creeping over to the window, I peeked through a gap in the curtains. The backyard was bathed in silvery moonlight, but I couldn't see anyone out there, just shadows and stillness. "Hello?" I whispered, my voice shaky. "Is someone there?" Silence. Then the voice again, but this time it sounded like it was coming from right outside my bedroom door. "Let me in. I need your help." Pure terror shot through me. How could the voice have moved from outside to inside so quickly? And why couldn't I hear any footsteps or other sounds of movement? I bolted for my parents' room across the hall, desperate to wake them up. But when I burst in, they were sleeping soundly, oblivious to my panic. "Mom! Dad!" I cried, shaking them frantically. "Wake up! There's someone in the house!" They didn't stir at all, no matter how hard I tried to rouse them. It was like they were in some unnaturally deep sleep. Tears streamed down my face as the voice called out again, closer now. "I'm coming. Let me in." I ran back to my room and slammed the door, trembling uncontrollably. What was happening? Why wouldn't my parents wake up? I climbed into bed and pulled the covers over my head, squeezing my eyes shut. "Please go away," I whimpered. "Please leave me alone." The voice was in my room now, right next to my bed. "I'm here now. Look at me." I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. My entire body was rigid with fear. Slowly, against every instinct, I lowered the blanket and opened my eyes. There, looming over me, was a woman, but not like any woman I'd ever seen. Her skin was ashen gray and seemed to ripple and shift, like smoke given form. Her eyes were pitch-black voids, and her mouth gaped open unnaturally wide as she spoke. "I need your help," I screamed. It was a primal sound of absolute terror that felt like it was being ripped from my very soul. The entity reached for me with misshapen, elongated fingers, and then everything went black. The next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through my window, and my mom was gently shaking me awake. "Honey, are you okay? We heard you screaming in your sleep." I burst into tears and clung to her, babbling about the voice and the ghostly woman. My parents exchanged worried looks, clearly thinking I'd had a particularly bad nightmare. But I knew it wasn't just a dream. It felt far too real, too visceral. The pure dread I'd experienced was unlike anything my young mind could have conjured up on its own. For weeks afterward, I was terrified to sleep alone. I kept my bedroom door open and a nightlight on at all times. My parents even took me to a child psychologist, thinking I was dealing with night terrors or anxiety. Eventually, the acute fear faded and life went back to normal. But I never forgot that night, and a part of me remained always on edge, especially in the dark. As I got older, I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe it was just an exceptionally vivid nightmare brought on by an overactive imagination. Or perhaps I'd experienced some sort of sleep paralysis episode, though that didn't fully explain everything I'd seen and heard. I've read up on all sorts of paranormal phenomena over the years, trying to make sense of my experience. Was it a ghost? A demon? Some kind of interdimensional being? I still don't have any satisfying answers. What I do know is that it fundamentally changed me. I've never been able to shake the feeling that there are things in this world, or perhaps beyond it, that we don't understand. Forces or entities that can reach out and touch our reality in terrifying ways. I'm in my late 20s now, with a family of my own. My wife knows about what happened, but I've never told my kids. I don't want to burden them with that kind of fear, but I'd be lying if I said I don't still check on them multiple times each night, just to make sure they're safe and sound. Sometimes, on hot summer nights, when the air is thick and still, I'll wake up suddenly in the early morning hours, and for a split second I'll think I hear a woman's voice calling out for help. It makes my heart race every time. I know it's probably just my mind playing tricks on me, dredging up old traumas. But a small part of me always wonders, what if it's real? What if that entity is still out there somewhere, searching for someone to let it in? I don't know if I'll ever have answers or closure about what really happened that night. All I can do is try to move forward and not let the fear control my life. But I'll never forget the terror I felt as a child, lying in bed and hearing that unearthly voice say, "I'm here now. Look at me." It's a memory that still haunts me to this day, a chilling reminder that sometimes the things that go bump in the night might be all too real. It was a typically busy evening in the medical surgical unit. I had just finished my rounds and was catching up on charting at the nurses' station when my colleague Lisa came rushing up to me, looking pale and shaken. "Hey, we just got a call light from room 237, she said urgently. "Can you come check it out with me?" I frowned, glancing at the room assignment board. That's weird. 237 is supposed to be empty tonight. Maybe housekeeping accidentally hit the call button? Lisa shook her head. I don't think so. I walked by there earlier and it was all dark and quiet. Something feels off. A chill ran down my spine at her words. Lisa was one of our most experienced nurses, not the type to get spooked easily. If she was unsettled, it had to be for good reason. All right, let's go take a look, I said. trying to keep my voice steady as we headed down the dimly lit hallway. As we approached room 237, I noticed the door was slightly ajar. Lisa and I exchanged an uneasy glance before I slowly pushed it open. The room was pitch black inside, with only a sliver of light from the hallway illuminating the foot of the empty hospital bed. "Hello?" I called out softly. "Is anyone in here?" Silence. Lisa flicked on the lights, revealing a perfectly made bed and untouched medical equipment. Everything seemed normal at first glance, but as my eyes scanned the room, they landed on something that made my blood run cold. There, peeking out from under the privacy curtain by the window, was what looked like a hand, but not a normal human hand. This one was a sickly grayish-brown color, almost like clay or dried mud, and it was moving. I let out a strangled gasp and grabbed Lisa's arm. "Do you see that?" I whispered. She nodded, eyes wide with fear. "What the hell is that thing?" We stood frozen for a moment, watching in horror as the disembodied hand slowly dragged itself further out from under the curtain. Its fingers twitched and flexed unnaturally, like it was trying to grasp at something. "Should we call security?" I asked, my voice shaking. Lisa took a deep breath, seemingly steeling herself. "No, wait. I've seen something like this before." I turned to her in disbelief. "What? How is that possible?" She kept her eyes fixed on the grotesque appendage as she spoke. "A few years back, we had a patient die of multiple organ failure in this very room. Right before he passed, his skin took on this weird grayish tone, and after he was gone, one of the night nurses swore she saw his hand moving under the sheet." A chill ran through me. "You're saying this is, what, the ghost of a dead patient's hand?" Lisa shrugged, her face grim. "I don't know exactly what it is, but I've heard stories from other nurses about strange occurrences in hospitals. Sometimes when a person dies traumatically, especially if their organs are shutting down, it's like a piece of them gets left behind, an echo of their suffering manifesting physically. I felt like I was going to be sick. This couldn't be real. And yet, there it was, right in front of us. A diseased-looking hand crawling across the floor of its own accord. "What do we do?" I whispered. Lisa squared her shoulders. "We need to document this. No one will believe us otherwise." Before I could protest, she pulled out her phone and started recording. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't tear my eyes from the horrifying sight. The hand had fully emerged now, dragging itself laboriously across the linoleum floor. Its movements were jerky and uncoordinated, like a grotesque parody of a spider. Suddenly, the hand froze. Then slowly, unnaturally, it began to rotate until its palm was facing upward. The gnarled fingers curled inward one by one, as if beckoning to us. A whimper escaped my throat. "Lisa, I can't. We need to get out of here." She nodded, lowering her phone with a shaking hand. "Yeah, let's go." We backed out of the room slowly, neither of us willing to turn our backs on that thing. As soon as we were in the hallway, Lisa slammed the door shut, and we practically ran back to the nurse's station. Oh my God, I kept muttering, trying to process what we'd just witnessed. Lisa gripped the edge of the desk, taking deep breaths. "Okay, we need to think this through rationally. Should we tell the charge nurse? Security?" I shook my head vehemently. "They'll think we're insane. Who would believe something like that?" "You're right," Lisa sighed, "but we can't just ignore it either. What if it spreads or hurts someone?" The thought made me shudder. Maybe we should check the patient records, see if we can find out more about that organ failure case you mentioned. Lisa nodded. "Good idea. I'll pull up the charts from a few years back." As she started searching the computer, I paced nervously behind her. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what we'd seen. Was it really possible for a piece of a dead person to manifest like that? And if so, what did it want? Here, Lisa said suddenly, pointing at the screen. Arnold Reeves, age 67, admitted 3 years ago with liver and kidney failure, coded multiple times before passing away in room 237. I leaned in to read the notes. It says his extremities became severely discolored in the final stages. Oh God, listen to this. Patient exhibited unusual muscle spasms and involuntary hand movements post-mortem. Recommend further examination by pathology. Lisa and I looked at each other, a chill passing between us. So it's true, I whispered. That hand, it really could be his. Just then, a piercing scream echoed down the hallway. We both jumped, our heads whipping toward the sound. That came from 237, Lisa said, her face pale. Without thinking, we took off running down the corridor. As we approached the room, we could hear sobbing and the sound of something heavy hitting the floor repeatedly. Lisa threw open the door to reveal one of our nursing assistants, Maria, backed into a corner. She was hyperventilating, tears streaming down her face as she pointed a shaking finger toward the bed. There, crawling up onto the mattress, was the disembodied hand. But it had changed. It was larger now, almost the size of a person's torso. The skin had taken on a sickly greenish hue, and what looked like veins or roots were spreading out from its base. Holy shit, Lisa breathed. Maria let out another strangled cry. What is that thing? It tried to grab me. I rushed to Maria's side, putting an arm around her trembling shoulders. It's okay. We're going to figure this out. Just breathe. Lisa cautiously approached the bed, her phone out again to record. The monstrous hand thing seemed to sense her presence. It lifted up on its fingertips, rotating to face her like some kind of alien creature. Suddenly, it lunged forward with shocking speed. Lisa yelped and jumped back, narrowly avoiding its grasp. The hand crashed to the floor with a sickening squelch. We need to contain it somehow, Lisa said, her voice surprisingly steady. Maria, run and get some specimen bags from the supply closet, the biggest ones we have. Maria nodded frantically and bolted from the room. I stood frozen, unable to take my eyes off the writhing mass of corrupted flesh on the floor. It was pulsing now, growing larger by the second. What's happening to it? I whispered. Lisa shook her head. I don't know, but I have a feeling if we don't stop it soon, it's going to get a lot worse. Maria returned moments later with an armful of clear plastic bags. Lisa instructed us to surround the hand creature, holding the bags open. On 3, we're going to try to scoop it in, she said. Ready? 1, 2, 3. We lunged forward in unison, frantically trying to corral the thrashing appendage into the bags. It fought back viciously, its fingers elongating into claw-like protrusions that slashed at us. I felt a white-hot pain as one of them grazed my arm, but I grit my teeth and pressed on. After what felt like hours, but was probably only a minute or two, we managed to get the thing mostly contained. Lisa quickly sealed the bags, doubling and tripling them for good measure. We all stood there panting, staring at the writhing mass now trapped in layers of plastic. The adrenaline began to fade, replaced by a bone-deep weariness and lingering horror. What do we do now? Maria asked in a small voice. Lisa's brow furrowed. I don't know. We can't exactly call the police or animal control. And I have a feeling if we tell administration, they'll either think we're crazy or try to cover it up. I nodded grimly. So what? We just get rid of it ourselves? I guess we have to, Lisa sighed. There's an incinerator in the basement for biological waste. We'll take it down there and destroy it. The trip to the basement was nerve-wracking. We kept expecting someone to stop us and ask what we were doing, but miraculously we made it without encountering anyone. The whole time, I could feel the hand thing pulsing and squirming inside the bags. I tried not to think about what might happen if it broke free. Finally, we reached the incinerator room. Lisa punched in the access code with shaking fingers, and the heavy metal door swung open. The heat hit us like a wall as we entered. "Okay," Lisa said, her voice tight. "Let's do this quickly." We approached the yawning mouth of the incinerator. Through the layers of plastic, I could see the hand creature thrashing more violently than ever, as if it sensed what was about to happen. Taking a deep breath, we hefted the bagged monstrosity and hurled it into the flames. There was a moment of terrible silence, then an inhuman shriek that made us all clap our hands over our ears. The incinerator shuddered, and a noxious smoke began to pour out. We slammed the door shut and ran, not stopping until we were back up in the main part of the hospital. For several minutes we just stood there, gasping for air and trying to process what had just happened. Finally, Lisa broke the silence. "We can never speak of this to anyone. Agreed?" Maria and I nodded emphatically. The rest of the shift passed in a daze. We went through the motions of our duties, but I felt disconnected from reality. Had that really happened? Or had we all shared some kind of mass hallucination? As I was leaving at the end of my shift, I paused outside room 237. It looked perfectly normal now, just another empty hospital room. But I knew I would never be able to look at it the same way again. I don't know how to explain what we experienced that night. Part of me still wants to believe it was all just a very vivid nightmare. But the scar on my arm from where that thing scratched me tells a different story. Sometimes late at night, I swear I can hear a faint scratching coming from the walls. And every time I pass room 237, I can't shake the feeling that something is watching me from behind the curtain, waiting. Evera believed in the supernatural until that day. It was just a normal Saturday afternoon, and I was home alone while my parents were out running errands. My sister was at a friend's house for a sleepover. I was sprawled out on the couch downstairs, scrolling mindlessly through my phone and enjoying the quiet house. That's when I first heard it, a faint scraping sound coming from upstairs. At first, I tried to ignore it. Our old house always made weird noises, especially when it was windy outside. But as the minutes ticked by, the sounds got louder and more frequent. It sounded like furniture being dragged across the wooden floors. My heart started racing. Was someone in the house? A burglar? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just the wind or the house settling. But deep down, I knew this was different. The noises were too deliberate, too constant. I sat frozen on the couch for what felt like hours, straining my ears and trying to work up the courage to investigate. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know what was going on up there. Grabbing a baseball bat from the hallway closet, I crept up the stairs as quietly as I could. My palms were sweating as I gripped the bat tightly. The noises had stopped now, which somehow made it even creepier. I paused at the top of the stairs, listening intently. Silence. Taking a deep breath, I started checking the rooms one by one. My parents' room, empty. The bathroom, nothing out of place. My room looked untouched. That just left my sister's room at the end of the hall. As I approached her closed door, my stomach twisted into knots. Something felt very, very wrong. I reached for the doorknob with a trembling hand. It turned easily, unlocked. Swinging the door open, I flicked on the lights and gasped in shock at what I saw. All of the furniture in my sister's room had been moved, but not just rearranged. It was all piled up in the center of the room in a towering, precarious stack. Her bed was balanced on top of her desk. The dresser was wedged in at an impossible angle. Her bookshelf had somehow been lifted on top of everything else. I stumbled backward, my mind reeling. This was impossible. There was no way someone could have done this in the short time I'd been downstairs. And how could they have moved such heavy furniture without making way more noise? As I stared at the bizarre furniture tower, a chill ran down my spine. The pile was oriented to face the closet on the far wall. The closet door was closed, but I had the overwhelming feeling that something was in there, watching me. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen in the doorway. Eventually, my racing thoughts caught up with me. I had to get out of there. Now. I slammed the bedroom door and flew down the stairs, not even bothering to grab my phone or keys. I just needed to be anywhere but in that house. I ran down our street until I reached the park a few blocks away. Collapsing onto a bench, I tried to catch my breath and make sense of what I'd seen. There had to be a logical explanation, right? Maybe my sister and her friends had snuck back to pull an elaborate prank, but I knew that wasn't possible. The furniture was way too heavy for a bunch of 13-year-old girls to move like that. As my breathing steadied, I pulled out my phone to call my parents, but then I hesitated. What would I even say? Hey, Mom and Dad, all the furniture in Sarah's room magically rearranged itself into a giant pile while I was downstairs. They'd think I was crazy or on drugs. I decided to text my friend Jake instead. Dude, something really weird just happened at my house. Can I come over? Jake replied quickly. Sure, man. What's up? I started typing out what had happened, then deleted it. How could I possibly explain this? I'll tell you when I get there. Just need to get out of the house for a bit. Jake only lived a few blocks away, so I headed over there, glancing nervously over my shoulder the whole way. When I got to his place, I was relieved to see his parents' car was gone. I didn't want to try explaining this to any adults. Jake opened the door, looking concerned. You okay, man? You look like you've seen a ghost. I laughed nervously. You have no idea. We went up to his room, and I paced back and forth, trying to figure out how to even begin explaining what I'd seen. Jake waited patiently, watching me with growing concern. Finally, I blurted it all out. The strange noises, investigating the house, and the impossible furniture pile in my sister's room. Jake listened with wide eyes, not interrupting. When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment. Dude, that's insane. Are you sure you weren't dreaming or something? I shook my head vehemently. I know how it sounds, but I swear it really happened. I've never been so freaked out in my life. Jake nodded slowly. I believe you, man. That's just... I don't even know what to say. What are you going to do? I sank down onto his bed, suddenly exhausted. I have no idea. I can't just ignore it. But who's going to believe me? My parents will just think I'm making it up or playing a prank. We brainstormed for a while, but couldn't come up with any good solutions. Eventually, Jake suggested we go back to my house together to check it out. Safety in numbers, right? I was reluctant, but knew I'd have to go back eventually. Maybe seeing it with Jake would help me feel less crazy. So we headed back to my place, Jake bringing a baseball bat of his own just in case. As we approached my house, my steps slowed. Everything looked normal from the outside, but I couldn't shake the feeling of dread in the pit of my stomach. We went inside, and I led Jake upstairs, my heart pounding. When we reached my sister's room, I hesitated with my hand on the doorknob. "You ready?" Jake asked quietly. I nodded and opened the door. The room was completely normal. All the furniture was back in its usual places, as if nothing had ever happened. I stood there in shock, unable to process what I was seeing. Jake looked around in confusion. Everything looks fine to me, dude." I walked into the room in a daze, touching the furniture to make sure it was real. "I don't understand," I muttered. "It was all piled up right here. I swear it was." Jake put a hand on my shoulder. "Hey, it's okay. Maybe you just had a really vivid dream or something? Or maybe you're more stressed than you realized, and your mind played a trick on you." I wanted to argue, to insist that it had been real. But looking at the perfectly normal room, I started to doubt myself. Had I imagined the whole thing? We went back downstairs, and Jake hung out for a while, clearly worried about me. I tried to act normal, but my mind was reeling. When my parents got home, I decided not to mention anything. What would be the point? That night, I lay awake for hours, replaying the events in my mind. I knew what I had seen was real. The fear I felt was too visceral to have been a dream or hallucination. But I had no proof, no explanation. In the days and weeks that followed, I found myself jumping at every little noise in the house. I avoided my sister's room entirely. Sometimes at night, I could swear I heard faint scraping sounds coming from upstairs, but I never worked up the courage to investigate again. I've never told anyone else about what happened that day. How could I? There's no way to explain it that doesn't make me sound crazy. But I know what I saw, and it changed me forever. I used to think I had life all figured out, that everything could be explained by science and logic. Now I know better. There are things in this world that defy explanation, forces beyond our understanding. I still live in that house, and nothing like that has ever happened again. But sometimes, when I'm alone, I'll catch a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye, a shadow where there shouldn't be one. And I'll remember that day, and wonder what other impossible things might be lurking just out of sight. I arrived at the breakwater around sunset, carrying my tackle box and cooler. The sky was painted in vibrant oranges and pinks as the sun dipped below the horizon. A cool breeze coming off the water made me glad I'd brought a light jacket. I found a good spot near the end of the rocks and set up my gear, baiting my hook with some squid I'd bought at the bait shop. As darkness fell, I cast my line out into the inky black water. The rhythmic sound of the waves lapping against the rocks was soothing. For the first hour or so, everything seemed normal. I hadn't caught anything yet, but I was enjoying the peacefulness of being out there alone under the stars. That's when I noticed something strange in the water, maybe 30 feet out from where I was sitting. At first I thought it was just the moonlight reflecting oddly off the surface. But as I peered closer, I realized there was some kind of object just below the waves. It was hard to make out in the darkness, but it looked almost like a large, pale face staring up at me from beneath the water. A chill ran down my spine. I blinked hard and looked again, but the face was gone. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had come over me. I reeled in my line to check the bait, but the hook was completely bare. That was weird. I hadn't felt any nibbles or bites. I rebaited and cast out again, trying to put the strange sighting out of my mind. For the next hour, I had absolutely no luck fishing. Every time I reeled in, my bait was gone without me feeling a thing. It was like the fish were mocking me, stealing the bait right off my hook. I started to get frustrated. Maybe I should just pack it in and head home. That's when I saw her. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a flash of white. I turned and nearly fell off my rock in shock. Standing about 20 feet away on the breakwater was the figure of a woman. She was wearing a long white dress that seemed to glow faintly in the moonlight. Her black hair hung down past her waist, blowing slightly in the breeze. My breath caught in my throat. Where had she come from? I hadn't heard anyone approaching on the rocks. Hello? I called out hesitantly. Are you okay? Do you need help? The woman didn't respond. She just stood there, staring out at the water. I started to stand up, thinking maybe she was in some kind of trouble. But as soon as I moved, she vanished. 1 second she was there, the next, gone. My heart was pounding. I rubbed my eyes, wondering if I was hallucinating. Maybe I was more tired than I realized. I scanned the rocks where she had been standing, but there was no sign of her. Thoroughly unsettled now, I decided it was time to leave. I started packing up my gear with shaky hands, but as I was about to pick up my rod, I froze. The woman was back. This time she was standing right at the water's edge, only about 10 feet away from me. I could see her face clearly in the moonlight. Her skin was deathly pale, and her eyes were completely black, like empty sockets. Water dripped from her hair and dress as if she had just emerged from the sea. I wanted to run, but I was paralyzed with fear. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity. Then, slowly, she raised one arm and pointed out at the water. What do you want?" I managed to stammer out. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but no sound came out. Just a gush of seawater that spilled down the front of her dress. I scrambled backward, nearly falling off my rock. When I looked up again, she was gone. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my fishing rod. I knew I should leave, but some insane part of me wanted to try communicating with her again. I remembered reading somewhere that spirits were often appeased by offerings of food and drink. With trembling fingers, I pulled a small bottle of sake and some dried squid from my cooler. I set them on a flat rock near the water's edge. "Hey, here," I said, my voice quavering. "This is for you. Please, tell me what you want." For several long minutes, nothing happened. Then I saw ripples in the water, spreading outward from a spot near the rocks. The surface began to churn and bubble. Slowly, a pale hand emerged from the waves. Then another. The woman rose up out of the sea, water cascading off her. She glided towards the offerings I had left, her feet never seeming to touch the ground. I watched, mesmerized, as she picked up the sake bottle. She tipped it back and drank deeply. When she lowered it, her black eyes fixed on me. A small smile played at the corners of her mouth. Then she was gone again, leaving only the empty sake bottle behind. I sat there in stunned silence, trying to process what I had just witnessed. Part of me wondered if I had fallen asleep and this was all some vivid nightmare. But the empty sake bottle was proof that it had really happened. As I tried to calm my racing thoughts, I noticed something odd. Fish were suddenly jumping all around my line, creating splashes in the moonlit water. I hesitantly picked up my rod and reeled in. To my amazement, I had a huge fish on the hook. For the next hour, it was like magic. Every cast resulted in a big catch. By the time I was ready to leave, my cooler was full of more fish than I had ever caught in one night. As I packed up my gear, I scanned the rocks and water one last time. There was no sign of the ghostly woman, but I could have sworn I heard a faint whisper on the wind. Thank you. I practically ran back to my car, my hands still shaking as I loaded up my equipment. I've never returned to that spot on the breakwater. The memory of that night still sends chills down my spine. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing. But then I look at the photos of my incredible catch from that night, and I know it was real. Whatever supernatural force I encountered out there, it seemed to reward me for the offerings. But the terror I felt makes me never want to repeat the experience. I still fish occasionally, but only in busy, well-lit areas during the day. And I always pour out a little sake before I start, just in case. Some things you just can't explain, but that doesn't make them any less real. I'll never forget my supernatural fishing trip, no matter how much I might want to.